A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move. Wait,
that was legendary stuff right there.
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
Bishop 4, Bishop 4. Oh!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess. The battles will be electric.
That is...
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
Oh, Bishop, he blunders it.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
That's Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I butchered your name to start with. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and this is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. Danya, we could not ask for a better event to finish off the 2022 year.
Robert, hello. Everybody, hello. We absolutely could not. And what a way to follow up the Chess.com Global Championship. This is really the only worthy event to act as a follow-up to the CGC. I can't wait to jump in.
It's the only event that would make me miss the World Cup going on right now, but you are not going to regret tuning into this show because there's a lot of prize money at stake. There are 16 great players in this field. And so in the opening round, in the round of 16, the players already are playing for the big bucks, Danya.
They most certainly are. You can see there the main event prize pool, a cool 100 Gs, 2,000 for the winner with an additional 2,000 based on win percentage, but the players don't even really need any more motivation. Hey, they would play even with a prize fund of 0, but the prize fund is far from 0.
It certainly is quite a bountiful event, and with 16 worthy competitors in the field, let's just go ahead and take a look at the bracket because that's all the people want to see, and we'll start in the top right because Magnus Carlsen makes his triumphant return to the Speed Chess Championship.
Magnus Carlsen, could they have invited anybody actually famous, anybody worthy of the SCC? Magnus Carlsen on the top right, Hikaru Nakamura on the top left, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the world championship challenger, on the bottom right. I mean, wherever your eyes dart to, it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet out there.
Oh my gosh, we didn't even mention Ding Liren, the other World Chess Championship challenger. He takes on Alexander Grishuk, a qualifier to this event. That's how you know it is super strong. Grishuk had to qualify for this field, and yet in the first round, Ding Liren says, I don't want to face that guy. There's no one you want to face. There's no easy opponents in this field, including in that matchup between Magnus and Gukesh. But today, Danya, all eyes are going to be on Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi.
That's exactly right. I could not think of a better way to kick off the SCC as we look at their card there. Fabi, Arjun, look at their chess.com blitz ratings. Arjun is over 3,100, and he's not over 3,100 by accident.
No, he is not. And Fabiano nearly 3,100 himself, winning a recent title Tuesday. These two have only played 2 times. That is not a lot of experience against each other. Fabiano himself has said that when there's a more veteran player against a teenager, when they played a lot, that should favor the veteran. But here they have not. And speaking of quotes by Fabiano Caruana, he actually talked about Arjun Erigaisi on the C Squared podcast. And Danya, he had some big praise for his upcoming opponent.
Big praise indeed, calling his chess incredible on the podcast, saying that he's shown his constant level and incremental improvement. And man, Arjun just blasted through the gates of 2,700. He has stabilized. He's denied anybody who said that, yeah, you know, he had a couple of good tournaments. No, Arjun is a full-fledged member of the Super GM Club. And Fabi doesn't just throw that kind of praise onto just anyone.
No, he certainly does not. And Arjun has earned that praise. He helped Team India in the Olympiad. He had a fantastic performance there. He beat Lenier Dominguez in that one, if I'm not mistaken. So a great performance indeed from Arjun Erigaisi in all of his tournaments. And today he has one opponent. So we know how strong Fabiano Caruana is. His preparation has been universally praised. He has world championship experience, but that SCC record, 2-5 for Fabi. He did beat MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, in the first round last year, but this is Arjun's first foray in the main SEC after winning the Junior Speed Chess Championship over Nihal Sarin.
It is indeed. The slate is clean as we look at our Smarter Chess stats there. We love to make fun of Smarter Chess, but this one time I'm going to say that the predictions seem pretty reasonable. Fabi, he's got the more experience. He's got the pedigree. But Arjun, he's got to be excited to be in the main SEC bracket. 67-33, the win probability according to Smarter Chess. Robert, as we'll talk about, that's pretty consistent with how the community saw it. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the slight lead in the longer time controls does make sense. As of right now, Fabiano Caruana is the stronger player in classical chess. Longer in the time control with that increment usually favors the stronger player. But our community did get involved. As you mentioned, there were just about 15,000 brackets, and probably the number is still rising because you and I, we literally just filled out our bracket. You have 4 more minutes to do the same. And with the 7-10 matchup, 71% of you selected Fabiano Caruana, the other 29% for Arjun Erigaisi. That feels about right.
It feels about right, and I think even the most stalwart Fabiano Caruana fans will have to admit that this match can go either way. I mean, you can see the narrative going either way. You could see a lopsided match happening, but I most certainly hope that we will indeed see a close match that comes down to the bullet, as a lot of these SEC matches are wont to do.
And you mentioned bullet chess. People might be like, huh? Speed Chess Championship?
Bullet.
What's that about? If this is your first time here, welcome. If you're returning for the fun, hey, good to have you back. But this format is 16 players. You win or you are out. And with the 3 time controls, there's the 5 minute plus 1 second increment, 3 minute plus 1 second increment, finally 1 minute plus 1 second increment. And if it is all tied at the end of the match, we get 4 games of that bullet time control. And then finally, certainly last but not least, is Armageddon with bidding. That is always good fun. I don't think the players really want to get to that point because it's super stressful. But these matches historically have been that close.
They have been. And of course, what's stressful for the players is delightful for the commentators and the fans. So it's a win-win no matter how the match goes. But I just love the SEC format. It's elegant, and what I like about it is that no time control dominates the others. You can have a chance to come back in the bullet. You can perform well in one time control and then flub the others. So you get a chance to display your mastery across the board.
For sure. I mean, this is just a tale of 3 time controls, because some may say, well, 5 minute chess, what's the difference between that and 3 minute? There is a big difference. And when you play 75 minutes of a 5 minute time control, and then you play in a full hour of 3 minute, you may be a little bit too slow in the quicker time controls because you get this muscle memory. So Danya, I mean, it's not easy to know when to use your time and how to pace yourself. But these players, in particular Fabiano Caruana in this match, they have a wealth of online blitz experience.
And that experience, the importance of that experience cannot be overstated. You have to be able to adjust mid-match. Often we see players sticking to the same openings all throughout the match. That's one thing that I'm curious about right off the bat. What are going to be the players' opening choices, and who's going to be the one shifting and adjusting if things don't go quite according to plan? That's where that experience, especially the SEC experience, comes in. And that's largely why I think, Smarter Chess and the community is giving Fabi an edge.
Yes, and I mentioned earlier that Fabiano Caruana won a recent title Tuesday. That is no small feat considering all of the top players who participate. Hikaru Nakamura seems to win them all. When he's not winning, Dmitry Andreikin, we didn't even mention his name. He's facing off against Levan Aronian in the first round matchup here in the SEC. So just all the best players, with a few exceptions. Some notable absences include Alireza Firouzja. But besides him, you just couldn't ask for more from a field. And the action's about to get underway, Danya. I am super stoked.
No, this is amazing. It's that feeling before you've started unwrapping your birthday gifts, everything. The slate is clean. We have so many matches ahead of us. This is a glorious sensation as we see the players there getting ready on camera. I think everyone's familiar with that room and those wooden doors behind Arjun Erigaisi. They're dreaded by his opponents.
They are, and I think there are a few more trophies on the mantle because he keeps winning events. He has proven himself. He won the Tata Steel Challengers, and next up will be the Masters tournament. Fabiano Caruana will face off against Arjun in classical chess for the first time ever.
I think I'm actually matching with Fabiano Caruana. You might be wearing the same hoodie.
Is he just getting that Botez live gear as
That
well?
Botez live gear, and big shout out to Botez Live sending me all of this merch, and the quality of this hoodie cannot be overstated. It's so comfortable. I think it's going to enter my regular rotation. That's saying a lot because I have a lot of hoodies.
Well, it looks like Fabiano Caruana is talking to the chess.com staff, perhaps, just getting things figured out at the last second there. Arjun Erigaisi, he's looking cool as ever. That guy does not flinch.
Nope.
He may be 19 years old, but the way he is on camera, it seems like he's been through everything and then some.
Oh, yeah. No, he doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. It's honestly unbelievable that at his age, he has acquired the kind of composure, the kind of mental fortitude that he's displayed in really every single match. And it's not for lack of passion. He's incredibly passionate. He's driven. He's just got that composure, which serves him so well, especially in those moments when the match gets down to the wire.
And in a moment like this, some people wait a lifetime for that first move. So we are all excited here for the Speed Chess Championship to get underway. And, well, Arjun Erigaisi, you don't know if he's already playing the game. You don't know if he just won or lost. He really is that calm, cool, and collected. And that should help him out because we've seen him win the Junior Speed Chess Championship. You may say, Junior? Okay, well, that's not that big a deal. Oftentimes, the best players online are the juniors. And he beat Nihal Sarin, last year's Speed Chess Championship semifinalist, this year's CGC finalist. So that is clearly a monumental task. And he did take down his friend and compatriot.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Nihal Sarin, an absolutely monumental task these days. Of course, Nihal's most recent performance wasn't too shabby, Robert. A second-place finish at the Chess.com Global Championship, losing only to an unstoppable Wesley So. So anybody who's defeated Nihal Sarin in any format, in any tournament, deserves the highest praise. Arjun, just one of those guys that nobody wants to face, ever, in any time control.
No. And the player is just getting set. And here we
go.
I see that Fabiano Caruana gets the white pieces in game one. And his rating, Arjun's was over 3,100 as of a couple days ago. Fabiano's was nearly 3,100 himself. But a tough Title Tuesday will do that to you. Yeah,
a couple FMs in the first couple of rounds. You know, we know what happens. 30-50. I don't think we can watch now. This is... We were promised, 2 strong grandmasters. Now we get some scrubs. Ridiculous.
And we have an exchange on d5 early. There was the triangle pawn structure from black. Now we see the light square bishop opened up and out to f5. But as soon as that bishop leaves, Danya, I'm always thinking, can I bring my queen to b3, go after the b7 pawn, or just play simple development as we're seeing from Fabi?
Yeah, we often see in these positions the queen's coming out to b3 and then b6 and then kind of entering a standoff that oftentimes can last, a dozen moves.
Right, but look at Fabi playing h3, so very calm choices from him. And if you cut the board in half, white has that extra pawn from the middle, e3, towards the king side. So it's likely that he will just try to use that advantage, whereas black's pawn majority on the queen side is pawn on c6, not going anywhere anytime soon unless you want an isolated queen pawn.
Yeah, and a big question for white here is where to develop this light squared bishop or whether to develop it. G4 from Fabian. That is actually why he played h3. It wasn't only to create some luft for his dark squared bishop. It was also to go after black's light squared bishop and garner the bishop pair.
Wow, and we know that top-level players love themselves a good bishop pair. But with G4 included, that does have a bit of risk. But then you say, I know my coaches tell me not to play G4, but what is the problem here? White's king is safe in the center, and now we're going to see a series of trades. And after those trades, I don't think the white king will be in any serious danger.
No, although if you play incautiously, I actually don't think Fabi should take on e4 because after de4, there's going to be all sorts of threats along the a5, e1 diagonal. So probably Fabi should keep his knight on c3, and he does. And we might see a trade on c3, and then the pawn structure is going to change.
And that actually might be a bit of bad news, along with good news for Fabi, because with knight takes c3, b takes c3, I think black can quickly play knight b6 and take over that c4 square. But then you're sort of adjusting your pieces to the wrong flank because white does have that extra pawn in the center. So I'm not quite sure that even if a black knight ends up on c4, if that really does much of anything.
Yeah, it's really not the end of the world. Arjun fixes the kingside structure, driving his pawn up to g5, chasing the bishop back to h2, presumably. And my guess is that Fabi is going to castle kingside, even though he's played the move g4. The pawn on h3 is very safely defended by the uncontested light squared bishop. You called it, Robert. A knight has indeed appeared on b6. I like Fabi's position, though. I feel like his structure is very dynamic. Arjun trying to get rid of his bishop pair, but nonetheless, I think Fabi secured himself a nice opening advantage here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering about moves like f4 at some point. I know that there's a lot of risk to that move because e3 becomes a target, but instead Fabi trades on d6. And what is the plan here? Maybe it's to expand on the queen side at some point. He starts the rook b1. I was going to say a4, a5, and then try to open up the queen side, and especially that b7 pawn. It's a semi-open file.
And I think that is Fabi's idea, but I wouldn't rule out queenside castle here for Arjun. From black side, he castles kingside. Waited for me to say that? No, he's playing fully positionally.
That's like in hand and brain when someone says king. You know they want a castle. You're not sure which
you
way
go the
to
wrong
go.
way.
He went castle kingside, and I liked your plan more. Castling queenside, it was a dynamic choice. And I think Arjun, in game one with the black pieces, he just wants to be solid. But I do think he's solidly worse if Fabiano is able to play a4 and push that pawn up the board, create issues down the b file.
And I don't see a compelling reason why he should not play a4. After a4, black cannot play a5. That drops the knight. Now, probably black should respond by defending the b7 pawn to pave the way for knight c4. But then white can consider something like rook b4, maybe double on the b file. Fabi takes a different approach, though. Rook to e1. Is he trying to prepare e4, Robert? And is there a case to be made for f5?
I liked f5 because now white should play e4. If you don't play it now, you may never get that opportunity with the move f5 on tap for black. So Arjun tries to make e4 less likely, but it still is a viable choice for Fabi, and I think he must go for it. Otherwise, he's worse, and that's why he plays it.
He's done it, and we might see a trade on e4, and we might see a total liquidation down the e-file. If both pairs of rooks get traded, I think a draw becomes quite likely. It seems that both players are kind of feeling each other out here in the opening game. Neither side really wanting to take too many risks. At this point, the position, I think, is probably about balanced.
Yeah, and there are some dynamics here that you have to account for. That white's pawn structure with the isolated A pawn, that could become a target. For example, queen A3 in the near future hits A2 and C3. The good news is that queen can always slide back to C2 for white. But the point is that there are some things that white needs to be concerned about. And then black has this pawn on G5 that sticks out like a sore thumb. The knight on B6 can't move because it's sort of pinned down to the B7 pawn. So both sides have their pluses and minuses.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And there's also kind of a low-key battle going on for control over the e-file. Currently, white holds the e-file, but it's not the end of the world. There are no real infiltration squares. But with his last move, queen d6 to d8, if given the opportunity, Arjun's going to slide his rook over to e8. But if Fabi moves his rook from b1 to e1, Robert, the downside of that is that the knight is free to roam about the cabin. And the last thing you want is to let the knight stick itself on f4.
That's correct. So that's why he was queen d3. He gets off the e-file. Rook e8 still possible, but maybe Fabi plays c4. We keep talking about kicking that knight out of b6. c4 followed by c5 is another option, and I actually like the look of c4 right now.
And I think Arjun is going to respond by sliding his rook over to d8 and hitting that newly weakened pawn on d4. Nonetheless, I agree. I think c4 is the most ambitious approach, and it's on the board.
Okay, and rook d8. So white can play c5. There is no queen takes c5 tactics in that position, but you give up the d5 square. So keeping the pawns, those hanging pawns where they are, is often important. You take away squares from your opponent's pieces.
Yeah, this has largely been all about trying to restrict the mobility of this knight on b6, which Fabi has done a great job of, but obviously it comes at the cost of these weak pawns on d4 and c4. They're literally simultaneously a strength, and white's biggest strength, perhaps, and white's biggest weakness.
Yeah, and that bishop on g2, it's kind of just waiting in the wings there. At some point, you can consider the move d5, especially if the knight moves from b6. But the problem is, to move that knight from b6, you might have to play c5, and then you lose control of the d5 square. So they're jostling for control over the center. And rook d7, giving another defender to the b7 pawn. And here, queen to f6, go right after the d4 pawn. What is Fabi's idea?
Yeah, how is Fabi planning to defend that pawn? Instead, Arjun moves the queen back to d8, allowing the rook to slide into e4. But Robert, if the queen were on f6, I think black would have had the additional resource c5, and white would have landed in a lot of trouble. Queen d8 might have been a little bit too conservative on Arjun's part.
Yeah, maybe queen f6. He didn't like a rook to e5, defending the pawn by blocking the queen's diagonal. So there were some tricks there, but right now he reroutes the knight at long last. My coach, Miran Cher, always taught me knights on b3, g3, b6, and g6 were the worst placed pieces because they often stay there for like the rest of the game. So here, the knight has rerouted c8. Knight d6 is an option, but after rook e5, I don't think you could take on c4 because of rook e8 check. So the knight is frozen on d6.
I'll quickly show this on the analysis board. Knight takes c4, rook e8 check, and you might say, hey, white's queen is hanging as well. But after rook takes d8, knight takes c3, the rook on d7 is also hanging, and white wins the game. And because of this line, Arjun starts by preemptively, prophylactically moving his king up to g7. Obviously, knight takes c4 is now a huge threat. Fabi has many ways to defend that pawn, though. Robert, he can move his queen back. He can move his bishop back. Queen e2 is on the board.
And look at the clocks. We haven't talked about time management. Both players are doing a good job with respect to that. But now a minute, 10 seconds for Arjun, a minute and a half for Fabi. We're getting to that sort of bullet phase. And you may say, look at the eval bar. It's right in the middle. It's equal. They're going to make a draw. This is anything but clear. This position with his knight going back and forth, the d4 pawn loose, but white's activity with the queen and rook on the e-file, and that bishop on g2. At some point, and there it is, d5 has been played. That bishop may join the party.
It absolutely may join the party on t5, and Arjun trying to prevent that from happening, pushing c5, and it's so important that the knight can jump into d6. That is the best blockading square on the board from a practical perspective. I really like the speed with which he made that decision, and okay, Fabi's trying to prevent him from getting the ideal setup. Knight d6, though, is still possible.
Right, knight d6, bishop f1 is almost pre-movable. You need to defend c4.
Yeah.
And now, a4 and c4 under attack. So you take a4, but then does white capture on g5 and then move the rook back to e5 and try to play g5 himself and go for attack? It might be a little bit slow, especially with black getting an outside pass pawn.
And this is white's opportunity to create something on the king side while the knight is out of commission on a4, but black is still so solid, and that's exactly what Fabi tries to do. That's a brilliant move.
Oh my goodness, if you take on h4, there's g5. The queen would have to go back, but look at Arjun. He ignores the tension, tries to trade queens. That's a great decision from him.
Fantastic decision with 40 seconds left. Now the queens are going to get traded, and it's hard to evaluate that resulting position. White's got that monster pawn on d5, but no, Arjun takes the pawn on g4. We might still see a queen trade if Fabi covers with his queen, but I think Fabi's going to try to keep the queens on the board and get his rook to e8, paving the way for potentially a mating net.
Although if king h2, if you try to avoid things, rook d8 to h8 is almost mate. So he plays bishop g2. He gives up the c4 pawn. The pawn count is not important. You just mentioned the king on g7 is quite vulnerable. So queen h3 is in the air, but not right now because the e5 rook is hanging.
I thought Arjun could have maybe tried to force a perpetual with the check on d1. Instead, he's trying to force a queen trade. Fabi could decline that trade with queen g3, Robert.
But look at the clock. He's now down to about 15 seconds. And he plays rook e8. He gives the queen trade. And is his idea just, he takes the pawn. He wants to throw that pawn up the board. e4, e5, e6 happens faster than you think.
And he wants to combine that with a move bishop h3, dislodging the black rook from d7. But is that going to be fast enough? Arjun is going a hunting for some of white's pawns. And here goes the a-pawn.
And there
goes the a-pawn.
It's too slow for Fabi because he needed to play bishop h3 there. And now a4, a3, a2 is fast. In fact, a4 right now.
A4? What? a4 sack the rook and go a3.
Yeah, the rook can't get back.
This is insane. The a8 square is protected by that knight.
And he plays it. What a find from Arjun Erigaisi. He just throws the pawn up the board and is unstoppable.
a2. You can even take the bishop on d7 if you want. Now it's a paper tiger. Just king f8. Evade the checks. There's actually a perpetual threat. Oh, look at Fabi exhausting every last resource.
Okay, the king is safe on
king f8, only move.
Yeah, I think you have to go there. 4 seconds for Arjun.
He missed it. Oh, he allowed a draw.
Oh my goodness.
Or does he want queen g7?
Queen g7? He's going to play on, but that might lose. So he's going to go for the draw. A good decision.
What did we just see in game one? We're going to have to rewind and show the win that he just missed.
That was surprising. I mean, first of all, Fabi allowing that pawn to run up the board. But then for Arjun in the winning position to let it slip, that is not what we're accustomed to seeing.
And with his last seconds, he just forgot, Robert, that you can drop the king back to f8. You don't care about this pawn per se. What you care about is that pawn leads to perpetual. Now the king just safely walks over to e8. White can try d6, but something like queen e5 solves all of the problems. Black can just give the knight up for the pawn, and the game is over.
Wow. That's right. A huge mission. And look what we're getting in game 2. You say wow about game 1. Fabiano Caruana has given up his rook in the corner. Now, it's an opening that is actually quite well known. We're not quite into novel territory yet, I don't believe. But this rook was given up on A8. And look at the compensation in the form of white's lack of development. This knight on G5 is awkward. If it gets kicked, it might have to go to H3 at some point. So, I mean, you better be well prepared. And if there's any player with well prepared is using the sentence, it's Fabiano.
It definitely is. I would be terrified to have this position with the white pieces. Knight C6 to D4, Robert, comes to mind. If you take the knight, you get checkmated. It's on the board. You also can't castle kingside because of the fork on E2. How does Arjun... Okay, well, there's the answer. Knight A3. And now the bishop is protected by the rook, which is so crucial because CD is now a huge threat.
And if you take on A3, removing the guard of C2, as you just pointed out, C takes D4 is available. But what about Knight E2 for black? You don't see a move like this very often, but that queen has to move out the way, and then the knight can even go to F4, so your knight is just kind of journeying across, and he does take on A3, but C4.
What? C takes D4, and white is just winning. No, I mean, or am I overestimating this?
Maybe it's not the simplest position, but it looks like it's just bad for black. And the eval bar, skyrocketed.
Listen, for starters, white could just castle kingside here. I don't think that's the best move. It looks like knight E4 basically ends the game on the spot. But even after castles kingside, E4, queen H4, clearly white's initiative has fizzled out, and Arjun has found the best move. And he's done it with over 4 minutes left on his clock.
And you could tell by Fabi's face that he was like,
catastrophe.
Yeah, no, exactly. He just made his face, pulled his hair, and he's like, what did I just do? So he knew the opening, and then he must have forgotten how to continue. And in blitz chess, when you don't have 30 minutes to sit and think on the position, this is the danger of sacrificing material in the opening. And Donna, you made this point earlier. Some players, they play the same opening over and over again. Others, they just switch up the positions. I think that Fabiano, at the halftime break in this time control, he'll probably go and study it, but I would not repeat that until I've had a solid look at the line.
Oh, without question. And this is a total catastrophe. And the game is just over because after knight takes E4, queen takes G1, I mean, Fabio might resign here. And now, remember, the white is up in exchange and a pawn. You're going to drop another pawn on G7. At this point, there's no compensation. And Arjun wins game 2 in 15 moves.
And they call you the prophet for a reason. You call that resignation. Arjun Erigaisi in a miniature victory over Fabiano. Some help from his opponent. But now we're getting some more quiet lines, at least in this canal attack with bishop b5 check. We'll see what Fabi has prepared. Knight d7. This has become the topical way to counter these checks. It's because instead of trading bishops and just having a quiet game, you're saying, no, at some point I'll play a6. You'll either have to drop back or take me, and we'll just leave your bishop on b5 for now.
And a big choice in the early going for white is whether he will position his pawn on d3. That's the kind of more modest, closed Sicilian type setup. Of course, you could also play the move d4, and then the game largely transitions into a dragon or Dragodorf type structure. There we see Fabi pushing his pawn up to d3. I like this choice. After a game like the previous one, you want to stabilize, you want to do something on the quieter side, and these are the kinds of maneuvering games in which Fabi excels.
Wow, a5 was like
a5. Yeah, what a move.
I just didn't see why that was necessary, but Arjun played it very quickly, which means he knows this position. And as we look, the b6 pawn is going to fall. So what's the dynamic left? That a5 is isolated. There's a rook on a1. That's good news. But the bishop on g7 is the best minor piece on the board. It's just slicing across the position. And that means that b2 will also be a target because you can't push it up the board. Otherwise, you fall victim to some tactics.
Yeah, the queenside pawn structure is kind of reminiscent of a Benko gambit. Obviously, black has not sacrificed a pawn. So you have a clear upside and downside. The pawn on a5, it's a weakness, but it could also turn into a strength later down the road, especially in conjunction with that g7 bishop. You can think about like knight c7 and a4, a3. a4 is on the board, but Robert, he's allowed white to root out the dark squared bishop with the bishop h6. Was that necessary?
Great choice by Fabiano. This is what I'm going to say. Just looking at the way this game has gone, the compact nature of the position, no tactics, no misses available for him. He's in a position where if he plays normal chess, it's going to be hard for Arjun to defend the whole time. But if Arjun does defend, well, he'll make a draw. This is a locked position. The a4 pawn, the biggest weakness thus far. So I think that both sides are playing well in this game. I think it's a good overall strategy from Fabi.
Agreed, but I loved Arjun's last move, e7, e5. might seem anti-positional, but look how he follows it up. He now strikes with d5, exploiting the fact that white's pieces are kind of temporarily uncoordinated. Of course, black is going to have to be really careful to compensate his bad pawn structure with active piece play.
And he hasn't even taken back on d5, so this will be the second time in the game where he doesn't take back a pawn that he's just offered. But I think his problem is if he takes on d5, bishop f3 happens, and then a rook comes to e1, as you were just highlighting before. e5, not the biggest target because you can always play f6, but c5 and a4 are both isolated and can be attacked with relative ease. So I'm nervous about the long-term prospects of Arjun's position, but I like his activity for now.
I liked bishop f3 a lot. Instead, Fabi plays it even simpler. He just takes on d5, and he might still play the move bishop f3 if Arjun recaptures with the knight. If he recaptures with the queen, then he will definitely play bishop f3. And don't fall asleep on this h2 knight. Before you know it, in the blink of an eye, the knight could jump into g4, and you actually cannot stop the check on h6. So Arjun has to keep an eagle eye on the proceedings on the king side, make sure the knight g4 doesn't lead to checkmate.
Yeah, no, this is actually quite a scary position for Arjun because knight g4, you can stop with h5, but that's really not a move you want to play, both because your king can be in danger in other ways, but he plays queen c7, so he's protecting e5. That way he can meet knight g4 with a pawn push like f5, for example. Sometimes the best way to defend your king is actually by striking towards the center and expanding your position. So the e5 pawn is under control, and now he needs to keep that pawn under control because knight g4 is a big threat.
It's a huge threat. Queen h6, knight takes e5, so Arjun could bring his own rook to e8. But one thing that could happen, Robert, if he does that after rook e8, white could very seriously consider something like bishop takes d5 and only now knight g4. And the point is that after f5, queen h6 check, black basically loses the game because the knight is jumping into f6 with devastating effect. So instead, Arjun making a more solid move. He plays f7, f6, trying to permanently defend the c5 pawn to take this headache off of his mind.
If I were playing bullet, I would have made a move like rook e4, just trying to bring the rook to h4. But instead, he trades and plays knight g4. We see his clear intentions. For one, queen h6 check, but also knight back to e3. The knight on h2 wasn't doing anything. The knight on e3 may even venture to c4 at some point, but we talked about this. Some of white's pawns are also weak. b2 is now under attack. g2 is threatened. So knight e3 does protect g2 while attacking d5, but b2 remains a bit of an issue.
But Arjun just seems so comfortable in the early going. It appears to me that he's managed to disarm what I thought was a sort of long-term positional edge. That bishop on d5, it can drop back to e6, and as long as it keeps the knight on e3 fully restricted, I think black is actually doing all right here.
For sure. No, this actually looks very pleasant. I like to say a pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates a knight. A bishop does even better because it takes away f5, g4, d5, and c4 from where that knight can go. And look at Fabi. He orients his rooks on the queen side in an important moment. That rook e to b1, that rook on a1 is necessary. And queen b4.
Wow.
Danya, he's trying to get another past a pawn.
And he's playing this kind of boa constrictor style. He's stopping Fabi from even thinking about developing queenside activity. Fabi keeps the queens on the board. Queen takes b4 was totally unthinkable. That pawn would appear on a2 before you finished eating your breakfast.
I have not eaten breakfast today, so
yeah, neither
that
have
happens
I.
is before.
I haven't even had coffee.
Something. Oh, gosh, I know how much you need that. But right now, rook f to d8. Is there a threat? Maybe pawn to e4. And finally brings the rook up to a3, allowing e4 or c4.
Whoa.
The pawn on d3 is pinned. So it's a big moment here for Arjun, and he has over 2 minutes to think about it. He didn't need much time.
No, he did not. He pushes the pawn to c4, preserving the sort of integrity of his kingside pawn structure. And not only does he eradicate one of his weaknesses, but just look at the pressure that he is exerting on Fabi's d3 pawn. This could be trouble for white yet again.
And this b2 pawn is just like this eternal weakness because in some positions that bishop on e6 may land on a2. You may think, what is Robert talking about? But the rook on b1 is the lone defender of that pawn. So if some trades happen and you're met with bishop a2, you'll lose b2 and then the a4 pawn becomes a passer.
I'll show a sample line because that's a great point. This is how quickly it can happen. Bishop a2, get off me. Rook c1, queen takes b2. There's a total paper tiger on c7, easily blocked by the bishop, and white can resign because that a-pawn, the red carpet, has been unrolled. So this is not a far-fetched reality. Let's see what Fabi has done. He's played the move c3, chasing the queen away, But now the d3 pawn is even weaker. How is he going to meet a move like queen c5?
He might be trying to give up d3 for a4, some kind of trade like that. But this is getting dicey, and I don't really like it. Maybe he also is willing to play d4, just give up a pawn, because when you look at that pawn deficit, it's an a4 and c4 pawn, both of them not incredibly strong. And so he might just give the pawn in that way, but otherwise he's taking on a4.
He's definitely going to take on a4 here, and then Arjun is going to, I think, play c takes d3, getting a massive passed pawn on d3. Of course, white technically also will have not one, but actually two passed pawns on the queen side, and I think Fabi is banking on the fact that that knight on e3 is actually a pretty solid defensive piece guarding the d1 square. Ooh, never mind. He's played d4.
Hey,
you called it.
You're the prophet, but I guess I'm the Fabi whisperer. And d4 happens here, and it's a big decision, but I think what he's banking on is the fact that there's isolated pawns on the queen side. So even though he's down a pawn, he probably feels like he has very good chances to hold because black will be distracted just defending those pawns for the time being.
Yeah, but I think for Arjun, the key is to combine defense and attack, which is exactly what he's doing. Queen to b4, securing the a4 pawn, and paving the way for a very nasty rook infiltration to the second rank.
And queen c3, it's what Fabi's relying on. He's just saying, let's trade those queens off the board. I know you have extra material, but where are those pawns going? They're stuck in place. So I think it's a very good decision from Fabiano. He's down to 1 minute and 3 seconds. So that's what we need to watch out for. We were there in Toronto, and the players were discussing the strengths and weaknesses. And when Anish and Fabi, they were just kind of ribbing each other. What Anish was saying is, Fabi, when he has little time on the clock, he may struggle the most out of all players in this field.
That's exactly right, and you can see Arjun doing his best to keep the queens on the board. Now, he can drop his queen back to d7, and you might say, oh, but white has rook takes a4 in that position. No, he doesn't. I can show that line really quickly. Queen d7, rook takes a4, and no, this doesn't blunder the rook, but it allows the devastating intermezzo rook d1 check, putting the rook on a defended square, and when the smoke clears, black is going to be up a bishop, so that's not possible. Instead, a rook has appeared on d3. So Arjun not playing queen d7 and
knight c4. And he goes rook
does
c1.
this work?
He wants rook c8 at the end, but there might be b3 here. Oh my gosh, b3.
Oh, b3 and rook a7.
Exactly, and the king on g7 is in grave danger. So b3 is the only move, and that's good news for Fabi, because once you find it, it actually puts black in trouble.
Actually, queen d2, I think, might also defend, and he's played queen d2, but that endgame looks real nasty. There's a bishop that could appear on b3, and if Arjun can keep his a-pawn protected, he's going to win.
Okay, but the problem is bishop b3, knight d4, and you chop on b3. White may go down a pawn, but those resulting rook and pawn endgames with just one extra pawn for black should be within the realm of a draw. So Arjun should play this out. Fabi only has 21 seconds, and he's trying to find the most confusing line possible.
Yeah, because the f2 pawn is hanging, b2 is hanging. You could get a 3-on-2 on the king side. I don't think that's the best winning attempt. I think he should go for bishop b3 and try to trick Fabi in the ensuing rook endgame. Arjun now down to 30 seconds himself, and he's gone the simple route, just taking on f2 and on b2.
He's trying to sort of keep the game going, prolong it, and that means there's more room for Fabiano to make a mistake. I guess I shouldn't say more room. That sounds like he has a luxury. No, he needs to avoid making a mistake, but rook a6 is just simple.
He's just given up his winning chances. Rook a7. You cannot keep all of the pawns protected at once.
Nicely done. Nicely done by Fabi here. Queen d2, and the way to salvage his half point, and after rook f6, is there some kind of like king g7, g5 that he's going for? I don't think it works.
Rook f5, only move, actually. Without rook f5, it would be a loss. Arjun still trying to keep his foot on the gas pedal, but Fabi is now fully out of the woods, and that is tantamount to a draw offer.
Yes, so I think the players repeating moves, no draw offers. Thank you. They know how mad I get about the draw offer, but we have a 2-1 lead for Arjun Erigaisi. So for everybody in chat who thought that Fabiano would win this time segment, so far it's looking like Arjun is trying to spoil your prediction.
Yeah, Arjun has demonstrated great form. That was a good defensive effort, though, for Fabi, and that was an important game because you lose that one with the white pieces, you go down 2 points. You start entering that unpleasant zone where, hey, one more loss, you're suddenly down 3 points. Instead, Fabi keeps the deficit at 1 and now essaying another very solid opening, the Petrov. Let's see how he handles this interesting structure with the white pawn on e5.
Right. And we see that in this setup, white plays knight to d2, black avoids the trades and plays knight c5. These types of positions are in Fabiano's wheelhouse. He is a Petrov maestro, and Arjun already spending some time. So that's not necessarily a bad sign for Arjun, but I think it would give me confidence in Fabi because of his tremendous success in the past in the Petrov.
I might be influenced by the eval bar, but I strongly dislike the way that Arjun has handled the opening. First of all, d takes c5 is obviously a relatively rare sideline, but it's been a frequent guest at the top level recently. But what I don't like is that he's given up his light squared bishop. He's now saddled with weaknesses in the center. This is like an ideal like Caro-Kann type of setup with the black light squared bishop on a perfect square. And knight b4 could come to mind, maybe even f6 to open up the center. Am I overestimating this?
No, knight b4 looks really tempting. I guess white has this move, rook e2, just to cover the fork on the c2 square. But Fabi sees something he likes.
C5.
Maybe he'll play c5. I love it. Normally, we say, oh, isolated queen pawn, that doesn't look great. But white is kind of discombobulated. Black has the two bishops. In particular, this light square bishop on g6 is a menace. And if you think you're just playing a3 and all is over, no, black can even put that knight on d3 if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, a3... knight d3, and then maybe securing the knight with c4. Arjun has to be very careful these next couple of moves. This could get out of control really easily if Arjun doesn't handle this with the utmost caution.
Right, dc5, bishop c5, that just brings another piece into the attack. If you don't take, maybe black will play c4 and dig that d3 square for his pieces. I mean, this just feels like a rough moment for Arjun. The good news is it's the longest time control. He can use some time here to figure out what to do, and he plays a3.
Okay, he plays a3, and the big question now for Fabi is whether he should leap into d3 or drop the knight back to c6, which is not just a passive move. Knight c6 applies pressure on d4, and I would say virtually forces white to settle matters in the center with d takes c5. What do you think he's going to do?
I would go knight d3 for sure, but that means Fabi's probably going to play knight c6 because knight d3.
But you're the Fabi whisperer. Have some faith.
Only on occasion. And I feel like knight d3 is the move that everyone wants to play. It's aggressive, but it might not actually be best. Sometimes we are lured into an idea that is just a one-move threat, and he does play knight c6. And that actually is a sign of, look at this. He doesn't even take back on c5. He plays d4. He wants d3. He'll take back on c5 next. Or if white plays b4, as he just did, he can also play a5. He can strike on all sides.
He most certainly can. That bishop on g6 is such a beast. It's sort of an extension of the pawn on d3. And if you're Arjun, well, first of all, you have to decide where you're putting the rook. e1, d2, e3, all of those moves are possible. Obviously, in an ideal world, Arjun would try to surround and win the d3 pawn. But Robert, even if he wins the d3 pawn, that doesn't signal an end to black's piece activity. In fact, that might just be the beginning with the d file getting opened.
Yeah, this bishop on g6 is untouchable. So you could surround it, but it will take all of your pieces just to attack it. And right now, black's next move is a5. You don't want to push b5 if you're white, because then c5 will drop. You've just carved out the d4 square for a knight trade if you're Fabi. Queen can just go up to d5. I really like that square. Bring a rook to d8, get behind your passed pawn. So I feel like I'm looking at like 6 different options for black, and every single move is difficult for white. It's a concept we talk about a lot, Danya, where one player, just practically speaking, has an easier time.
Yeah, I think in a 3-minute game, this would virtually be over. As it stands, Arjun's still with 2.5 minutes to handle this defensive task. He moves his rook back to e1. There's your move, queen d5. And the speed with which Fabi plays just indicates how practically easy this type of position is to handle with black. But the position is not going to win itself, Robert. And I think what Arjun is saying is, hey, I'm going to get my pieces out. Everything is solid for the time being. Maybe it's time to strike at the queen side with a5 and create new weaknesses if you're Fabi.
Right. No, I like that plan. And there's a moment for white to play e6. Like if you're not careful for Fabi and that move gets flicked in, the bishop on b2 is going to make its presence felt. So for now, Arjun is keeping everything together. There could be a queen b3 at some moment. B6 is also possible here because you can't take on b6. You lose b4. So I feel like maybe I overestimated Fabi's chances, and Arjun is just playing the perfect responses. He is up a pawn after all, so even if it costs him a pawn somewhere down the line here, then it's just even material.
He's doing the whole ice water in his veins thing again. He took a little bit of time. He sort of readjusted himself, and he's keeping the position together. I think after bishop to c3, I'm not exactly sure how Fabi's going to follow this up. Instead, Arjun goes aggressive with h4.
Wow, that is a big decision from Arjun because he's trying to trap the bishop on g6. But if black plays h5, then that pawn on h4 actually can become a long-term weakness. That pawn can be attacked. There's already a bishop on e7. So I like the aggression, and he also creates luft for his king, but that can be picked off later in the game.
That's a great point. It's hard to say who this favors in the long run. Instead, Fabi goes h6, allowing Arjun to drive that pawn down to h5. Not sure I love that decision. And now I think bishop c3 is going to follow. You got to keep this pawn on b4 protected at all costs.
And I'm really tempted by the move e6 as well.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if it's good right now. It doesn't really carry a threat. He plays your decision, bishop c3. So Fabian up a little bit of time, but I do believe that Arjun has played masterfully here. h4, h5, just driving the pawn forward. Now, black is the one with back rank problems. There's no escape on h7 because the bishop is where the king eventually was going to go.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Fabi is down a pawn. So with every heavy piece that disappears off the board, the significance of white's material advantage only grows. 94, 96, a potential idea. Suddenly that bishop on h7 not looking quite like the beast that it was a couple moves ago.
No, but a rook does belong behind a pass pawn. Knight e4 to d6 is an option, but it could be like a rook takes a1, and then white's pieces get scattered because you would like to take back on a1 with a rook, but the e4 knight would be loose. So you just need to figure out how this works. You don't want to take on a8, then you give up the a file to black. So it's not an easy choice, and Arjun down to under a minute and about 35 seconds.
Yeah, that's the problem with these types of positions. You might look at the eval bar and say, hey, white's better. Well, maybe technically white is better, but the nature of the position remains the same, and it's still very, very hard to handle. So easy to make a mistake, accidentally give up the a file. I'm tempted by the move rook a to b1. Maybe you can try to put the rook on b2, but Arjun, he slides the other rook over to c1. So he is, Robert, adopting a defensive posture here, trying to make sure that everything is defended 7 times over.
And he didn't want to allow queen c2 at any moment because, of course, you don't want to trade on c2.
Good point.
Give black this more advanced pass pawn. So rook c1 frees up the queen, and I like that move. So what's Fabi's idea here? He can trade rooks, but that just helps white, it feels. Maybe he can – I said maybe, and I didn't have a thought after it.
Listen, Fabi made all of the typical improving moves. He played queen d5, he played rook d8, but eventually your pool of these types of moves is going to get exhausted. And it's just been exhausted. Suddenly, the time situation is starting to equalize. And soon, we might be saying that black's position is actually the harder position to play here.
I think that knight on c6 needs to be improved. So I'm actually looking at the move knight a7 to go to b5. It looks ridiculous, but I want that knight on a better square. Instead, Fabi trades rooks and plays queen c4. So where is that queen going? Is it going to g4 at some point? I'm not really sure.
Maybe.
But white also has a difficult move to make.
It most certainly does. And you mentioned improving the knight. Maybe white can try to improve the g3 knight and reroute it over to e3. Still, I'm not exactly sure what the final destination is. I'm also thinking about, I was thinking about rook e1, but again, the last thing you want to do is give up control of the a file. So I think Arjun, he's going to keep his rook on a1. No, he's not. He's going to play rook b1. Not sure I like that move, though.
And knight a7. Here comes that rerouting. The knight is going to go to b5. Look at the light switch. e6 for Arjun.
At last, he's played the move. He's opened the bishop. And I think he's done it at a pretty good time, all things considered.
Right, because if queen e6, rook e1, the bishop on e7 is a bit loose, so the queen would have to go to d7, then knight e5 with tempo. So the knight on c6 was guarding the bishop on e7, and that's why in chess, every little detail is relevant. So is Fabi going to take with the pawn on e6? He does, in fact, do that, but that's quite risky for his king safety.
Yeah, and now that pawn on h5 is really sitting pretty, clamping down on the king side. Just the presence of mind, Robert, to play e6 instantly. But is that going to solve all of white's problems? The knight has jumped into b5. Queen c2 is tempting, but there's no way in heck that white's going to trade queens there.
No, and rook a8 is also tempting. Let's bring that rook to the open file. Knight c7 just to protect e6 and maybe go knight d5 and attack b4. That makes sense as well. I feel like black just has the easier next set of moves.
Still,
so Arjun, he needs to prove that that pawn sacrifice just now was worth it.
And he's opened up his bishop, but look at how carefully Fabi handles that position. Bishop f8, prophylaxis, protect g7. That's a good move, given that they're entering the time scramble phase.
And queen d5, just bringing the queen back. I just don't see ideas for white right now. Knight d2 just blockading, and knight c2 is coming.
But now you can maybe take on e6. Now that the d3 pawn is blockaded, you could actually go into the endgame. No, he keeps the queens on the board, and he prepares rook e5.
Okay, big decision there. I think queen trades seem like impossible for white just because of the pass pawn on d3. The Eva bar said it was a better move, but if queen goes back to d7, bishop c3, and now what's the idea for black? I feel like white is gaining some momentum.
And now bishop e7, bringing the bishop back. Queen c4, excellent move. And the e6 pawn is now under serious fire.
And we have a bullet scramble. Bobby doesn't see a move here. 14 seconds. King f7.
And now knight f5 is very tempting. He goes knight e4 instead.
Oh, and there goes the knight back to b5.
The knight back.
That knight has gone ever. Go knight a7 to c6. That'd be really funny.
It's gone around the world in 80 days. But again, Fabi's position is now definitely the harder one to play. Arjun could even bring his other knight back out from d2, and he does.
And the king just goes back to g8. What a big decision by Fabi. And d2. He gives up his pass pawn because he wants to trade on d6.
And maybe Arjun shouldn't have rushed with knight takes d2 because the promotion square was protected by the queen. Still, I kind of like white's position here. That bishop on b2 could wreak havoc on black's king if you blink.
And watch out for knight f4. Oh, he's
rook takes e6.
They both missed it. But knight f4 now. Who has a better attack?
Instead, he goes bishop f5. He's trying to protect that e6 pawn at all costs.
And it's just a time scramble right now. d5 to keep that pawn safe. Nothing threatened. Queen g5 I might play at some point.
Oh, there's so many forks and pins here. The g4 square needs to be protected. And
take on g4.
Arjun puts a pawn there.
He missed it. Knight takes g4, queen h5.
And queen h5, but Arjun blunders the b pawn. And now Fabi's taking over.
Oh, queen takes e5 was there.
Queen takes e5.
And knight takes g4. We'll have to show that after the game.
Queen f1.
He trades queens instead out of fear.
Out of fear, but that gives Arjun great defensive chances. I think this is a draw now. Knight d4 picks up the e-pawn.
Oh, he had bishop d1.
Oh, it's so many chances. Now he's going to give up g7.
Wow, that's a big decision.
King f7? Knight c5.
Okay, there was a save there. So we're just seeing a bunch of trades, opposite colored bishops. But 3 seconds per side, I think we are going to have a draw.
Unbelievable. And that was a lot of missed opportunities there at the end for Fabi. But can you really blame him with 2 seconds on the clock?
I can't blame him, but if you want to win the Speed Chess Championship, even a single match, you need to win games like that. Let's show that moment with Queen takes e5 there. That was a big moment. Chance.
And that was something he should have seen. I think that's the one thing which you can see, in the blink of an eye, and you have to see in the blink of an eye. Okay, let me pull up that game in just a moment here as we observe the start of game 4 of this exhilarating first SEC match. Okay, here we go. So that occurred right around here.
Queen takes e5.
Queen takes e5.
And a fork on g4.
And this is the kind of position that's so hard to defend in a time scramble because black can torture you forever with 2 pawns to the good. And a little bit later, Robert, he had the move queen f1, infiltrating. After rook g3, bishop e4, or knight e2, I think you're basically checkmated.
Yikes. Yeah, that was a big opportunity. He did only have about 5 seconds on his clock, so we understand why it happened, but you absolutely need to put those games away. And as we get into this game here, game 5 of the match, Danya, white has expanded on the king side. That looks good, but the problem is the king side is now closed. And that may not seem like a big deal, but normally when you've gained a ton of space, when you're head in development, you want to attack. And how do you attack? You make pawn breaks. Here, it's not going to be so easy for white to do that. So black is actually doing okay, despite the weird opening.
I would say that black is even doing more than okay. I mean, maybe I'm jumping the gun here and being a little too pessimistic, but I really dislike the way that Fabi has handled this modern, Robert. Am I missing something? It just seems like black is better.
Black is better because black's next bunch of moves are also very obvious. Knight c6, and at some point you can just take on d4, put a knight on e5, and this is the issue where white's pawns on g5 and h4. You want to play f4, that makes e4 loose, and the g4 square. So they're just drawbacks everywhere in white's position. That said, proving the advantage here for black, maybe not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, white is still solid, and I think Fabi is going to try to complete his development quickly, maybe play knight h3. And a big question for white here from a defensive standpoint is, where do you want to castle? My intuitive idea is to castle kingside. I feel like castling queenside when you've got no attack going on the other side of the board is way too dangerous. But I don't know. Maybe you keep your king in the center for the time being.
You've already made one incorrect castle call, so let's see if this one is better. But it's a difficult question. You're right. My bad. Sorry. buddy. I did not mean to put out again, but
I'm 0 for 1.
I think it's
off to a bad start in the SEC.
It's just not easy to realize where the king goes because castling queenside, it already looks dangerous. Your pawn sticking out on A4, the queen on C7, bishop on G7, all those pieces ready to attack. But F4 was played. So what is Fabi's actual idea? Is he going to keep pushing his pawns? Does he want to play knight F3 next? Knight F3 seems logical, but then E4 feels a bit tender as well. And look at Arjun going for the queenside.
And if you have to play the move B3, you open up the long diagonal. That bishop on G7 is going to become even more of a beast. And unlike the previous game, in the Sicilian game, bishop H6 is obviously an absolute pipe dream. I mean, for that to be possible, the world will have to change.
There was a move you liked in an earlier game where Black played E5. And at some point, I feel like there could be an E5 move for Arjun, just trying to carve out the D4 square. The big issue for White's pawn structure is in part, as you were mentioning, the bishop on G7 has the full scope of the diagonal. But on top of that, you can't compete for the dark squares in the center. And that was a big decision by Arjun to take that knight on F3.
Huge decision. And very, very committal. You can't go back from that. Now, the idea seems to be to soften White's control of the D4 pawn, but he's not winning D4. White's got enough defenders. He's trading everything, but has Arjun properly thought through the consequences of this trade? Who benefits?
No, he has
I'm not sure it's Black. Takes an A5.
That's the key thing he missed. He saw all this. He saw the queen trade. He said, I have dark square domination. And if you could play rook takes C7 and pawn A5 for Black at the same time, Black is doing great. But look at Fabi. He immediately senses the moment. A6 and B4 are split. And just like bowling, that's not a good thing because B4 is harder to protect after rook A4. A6 is hard to defend after bishop E2 right now. This is a big moment for Fabiano where he played a terrible opening, and now he does have a good position.
And this is what these games come down to at this level. You're not exaggerating. If Black could have played A5, let me make an example move. Rook F2, A5. Black is chilling. He's going to castle. He's going to go rook C8. Black cannot lose this in a million years. As it stands, the landscape of the queenside changes completely. That pawn on A6 is a long-term weakness. That is what the difference is composed of.
And that separates players in individual games at the highest level. So right now, Fabi is doing the right thing and considering his options. Rook A4 is very tempting. The simple rook F2 is possible. Bishop E2 going after A6. So which pawn do you want to go after? He chooses A6. I think that's the best decision. And if you play knight B8 here, White plays bishop C4. Blocking the rook on C5 as it attempts to take the pawn C2. And instead, Arjun just castle. So if he takes A6, he wants rook A8 and taking on A5.
Okay, so Fabi, where is he going to put his bishop? Did Caruana maybe rush the move bishop takes A6? Maybe that was the time to play bishop C4 or rook A4 and just preserve the weakness on A6 until you found a way to secure your A5 pawn. Now I think Arjun might be out of the woods again. Is Fabi trying to squeeze through F5 or maybe even E5?
Yeah, he's just giving a few difficult options. Knight B6 takes care of both. You attack that bishop on C4. So bishop D3. The good news for Fabi is he has everything defended, right? The pawn on C2 is never going to be under attack with the bishop on D3. The bad news for Fabi is he doesn't really have a plan, right?
No.
F5? I don't think so. The knight can even go up to D7, E5 later. That looks very bad. E5 is just losing a pawn. So there's no real idea for White.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can guarantee that the move F5 allows you to get through to the F7 pawn or infiltrate that square, giving up the E5 square in such a position is unthinkable. And I don't know if Arjun has an active plan either. Maybe he could try to reposition his rooks properly on the queen side. What you don't want to do if you're Black, Robert, is give up control of the A file, because if White gets control of the A file, eventually White could, surround his tentacles around the B4 pawn.
And actually, now that you say that, at some point, a move like E5 can still be possible if you want to get a rook to the 4th rank. Not with that black knight getting to D5 so quickly, but I would give up some of the kingside pawns to get B4 and then go for an outside pass pawn. Easier said than done, I'm aware, but I'm just keeping those ideas in the back of my mind.
Yeah, great point. King G7 by Arjun, just a little bit of maintenance on his position, improving the placement of his king, getting out of the potential pin along the A2 G8 diagonal. And Fabi kind of moves along the same line, centralizing his own monarch. Okay, the player's finally taking a little bit of a breath.
And I'm kind of into Fabi's position a little bit. I know every move will probably say zeros, but the reason why is the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. I don't think that Black should touch any of his pawns. I think they're good where they are. And Fabi can make improving moves. King E3, maybe play a move like Rook F2 and just little moves here and there that make Black's life a little bit more difficult. That said, even if you give White 4 free turns that are not resulting in a checkmate, I don't see what the actual plan is. And whoa, I was just saying Black should not move pawns. He plays D5, and already the eval bar is not happy with that decision.
Another very committal call. And obviously, the ideal scenario for Black is if Fabi plays E5, which I'm pretty sure he's not going to do. After E5, E6, the king side is permanently locked up, and Black is just strategically winning here. But instead, Fabi says, hey, I don't have to move my E-pawn. It's well defended. He brings his king up to E3, and who benefits in the event that the center opens up? Well, it's White for 2 reasons, Robert. First of all, the bishop usually benefits in such situations, but second of all, the rook has easy access to the D4 square, and there goes the B4 pawn.
Yeah, the king D4, if the rooks get traded, that king has easy access over to the queen side. And if you open the D file, here comes rook D4, as you're mentioning. If you don't open the D file, at some point, White can consider the move F5. Let's go F5 and maybe F6 check. Open up some lines here for White's pieces. I really didn't like the move D5, but I also didn't really see what Black should have been doing.
Well, maybe that's exactly the answer. He shouldn't have been doing anything. Just rook A7, basically waiting around for White to demonstrate ways to improve his position. You called it. F5 is on the board. And maybe Arjun should try to close the position up again and then try to get his knight over to E5.
But after D4, king F4, knight D7, rook A1, you were talking about controlling the A file. I mean, it just feels like maybe Black is just in time as he tries to control the A file and the E5 square, but it's a close call.
But it's still a 3-result game. You could envision a scenario, I think, where Black gets his knight to E5, gets control of the A file, and suddenly White might start feeling uncomfortable again. Knight D7 is on the board. I actually think this was an excellent last 2 moves by Arjun.
I'm with you. That knight coming to E5 is scary, although if you play knight E5 too soon, White plays F6, gets a rook on F6. That rook starts roving around the 6th rank, going after the pawns. So knight E5, that looks like a pretty obvious move. And what is the... He plays F6.
Yeah, but okay, he plays G takes F6, another big decision. Now Fabi's saddled with all sorts of weaknesses on the king side. He's obviously going for the initiative, but that knight on E5, it's such a beast because it's both a defensive and obviously an attacking piece.
And if you play bishop D5 here, there might just be the move rook A2. That looks like a problem for White. If you defend C2, hey, there's D3 check in the air, so rook takes C2 is possible, and the F6 pawn is likely going to be a goner.
And rook takes D4. Fabi parting ways with his C-pawn. But now after rook C3, the situation just looks nastier than ever for White.
And this is where Arjun's at his best. I think Fabi looked at the match score, felt he needed to win this game. Arjun never does that. He is so stoic when it comes to his chess. He's not taking unnecessary gambles. And this is actually looking like it's going to be another win for Arjun at this point.
It most certainly is. And the move D5, it was a committal decision by Arjun, but it wasn't a wild risk. He knew that his position was still fundamentally sound. Can he drive this game home? Rook takes B3, a little tactics there. But it ain't over. After bishop takes B3, maybe the bishop can come back to D5 and you can somehow try to entrap Black's pieces in the center.
Right, king E3, king F4 is on its way. King the knight out of E5. The F7 pawn cannot be dropped. That is not a pawn you want to give up. In 20 seconds, he plays B3.
Great move.
Rook B1, and what's his follow-up? Is he just giving away the pawn? Rook B4, maybe trade pieces?
And if you give away the pawn, there's going to be a mating net on B8 before you know it. I think takes in G5 is the best winning chance.
Oh, very good chance. You just win a pawn.
I don't see Fabi holding this.
King F6, king F4.
Oh, and Arjun just can't move his king because of that darn F7 pawn.
That's right.
No, maybe he is holding it.
King G7 back, but there's always a move like bishop D1.
Well, the ideal setup is F6 and then bring the king back to G5.
And then I feel like Black's going to win.
Somehow the eval bar showing zeros.
So king H6.
Bishop C8, okay.
This is looking scary. I don't care what the eval bar says.
Oh, it's looking very scary, but how is Black going to make progress? At some point, Robert, you probably have to push this pawn to H3. Oh, he punted the pawn!
And he just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
It's still not totally over.
It's looking pretty bad, but I guess if the eval bar only says minus whatever that is, 3, now it's over, right? Knight F3?
Okay, but where exactly do you get your knight to? Wait. He had bishop takes...
What? He had a move there for 1 second.
Not sure what it was. Now F4 wins. F3. In come the pawns.
And that
Wait, King G3 apparently was a draw.
he just hasn't touched his king.
King G3 still a draw.
Again, he missed like 8 times.
What the heck was that? Now King E1 and black wins.
He just never looked at moving his king. I think he felt like he was lost, and he stopped thinking, essentially. He was just making moves, and Arjun made him pay. So this is a 2-point lead for Arjun Erigaisi. But Danya, that was a missed chance for Fabiano to save that half point as we head into the break between these two players.
I mean, I can show this really quickly. I think he just lost hope. As a matter of fact, Robert, if we look at this coldly after King G3, it's just an insta drop. Black is in Zugzwang. Look at this position. If you move the king, you drop the F pawn. If you move the knight, you drop the H pawn. There's no way for the knight to intercept the bishop's control of F1. King G3 was an immediate draw, but Fabi just mentally dejected after he blundered that second pawn. He's down by 2 points. He needs to do some TLC and come back in the second half of this 5-minute portion.
Yeah, the break could not come at a better time for him. It is halfway through the longest time schedule here at the opening match of the Speed Chess Championship. Don and I will be right back for more action between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi in just a few.
Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
beam. He is looking as stoic as ever. And Danya, a 2-point lead for that man right there. He kind of looks like he might even be trailing. He just doesn't react in a way that you'd expect.
Not at all. And Fabi, I think, in one of his podcast episodes, mentioned that you really can't judge chess players by their body language. You really can never tell. And I think Arjun is a great case of that. You literally cannot tell if he's down by 5 or he's up by 5. As it stands, he is up by 2 points, and he's doing real well in this match thus far.
Right. And as we check his insights, speed is a weapon of his. I mean, he really does not lose by time very often. And we've seen that in this match. When it gets down to the wire, he's able to defend tough positions. He's able to execute good positions. And he is the 2022 JSCC champion. So, Danya, I mean, that just says it all.
Oh, it definitely does. The fact that he beat Nihal to get there. And we've seen that in the first couple of games of the match. I mean, it's gone down to a time scramble virtually every time. And it's not like Fabi is getting blown off the board. I think if you're Caruana, you don't need to make any systemic changes to the way that you're playing. Fabi's playing fine. The games are really close. He just has to be a little bit more accurate in those critical moments, a little bit better in time scrambles. That's been the difference thus far.
For sure. And for Fabi, as you said, he doesn't need to reinvent the wheel, as you've stated in the past. And so I feel like he needs to go back with that Petrov. It was a good opening for him. He also sacked that rook in the corner earlier in the Italian game. It didn't work out for him. He lost in 15 moves, but it was an adventurous choice. And instead, we're getting a 4 knights with H3. Arjun probably just saying, you know what? Let's avoid theory altogether. I have the lead here. If you're going to come back, you need to start winning some way, somehow.
And now we have a reverse. This is even hard to say, a reverse 4-knight Scotch with the pawn sitting on H3. Now, that's got to be in White's favor to some extent, right? Because, I mean, it covers the G4 square, and Bishop G4 is an integral part of White's opening strategy in the 4-knight Scotch.
No, it's a good point to make, because it is exactly...
It's hard to talk about this.
No, it is, but you're right, because in the 4-knight Scotch, there's often the queen for White getting to F3, the bishop to G5. So with the pawn on H3, you've already taken care of that, and we're getting this exact variation. So White should be slightly for choice. You castle, you play D4. These are normal moves. But Fabi, he has experience in these positions, so it shouldn't come as a complete surprise.
Yeah, and it's not like, oh, if Black can't get his light squared bishop to G4, then Black is lost. I mean, you can put your bishop on D7. That's not the end of the world. And big question for Arjun. I mean, he doesn't have to play D4 for his part, and he doesn't. He plays the move D3, choosing to keep the center closed. I actually kind of like that decision in the context of the fact that bishop G4 is impossible. Very positional for Arjun. He gives up the bishop, another committal decision.
Yeah, but it's not like Black has too much difficulty at the moment. Those double isolated C-pawns, they may seem like long-term issues, but you have an open file. Anytime you have double pawns, a file opens. A rook B8 looks very natural here to me. He plays bishop E6 first, stopping any sort of knight C4. That also makes sense, but I think you just got to bring a rook to B8, maybe queen C8, queen A6 at some moment. Just use what avenues have been open for you.
And there's a ticking clock, because if you give White the chance to put his bishop on B2, if White can provoke the move F6, that's a pretty serious kingside weakness. Again, nothing we talk about is the end of the world, because both sides are incredibly solid. This is going to be a long middle game, but you don't want to make unnecessary weaknesses, and you want to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent to put their pieces on ideal squares, and Fabi does just that with your move rook B8.
I think we're going to see some kind of like rook B1, rook B6, rook B3 as both players vie for the B file. But no, we see queen F3. That makes sense, of course. You don't want to give up the C6 pawn, I imagine. So a move like queen D7 or bishop D7. No, he plays C5. Is that a bishop on D6 or just a big old pawn?
You know what I say in such situations, don't you? What do bishops do?
They protect...
Actually, in this case, the pawns are also bad. So,
and the E5 pawn's pretty good. At some point, he'll probably play F5 and maybe even E4.
True. Bad bishops defend good pawns. I've never said that before on a commentary stream. Just like my Steph Curry references. They're super original.
Oh, I thought you said they're cooking. But, either way, they do the job. And here, I think White should go after the C5 pawn. You mentioned bad pawns. We should attack him. He plays bishop B2 instead, though. So I feel like Arjun, he's playing good developing moves. He's not just getting sidetracked by this pawn on C5. He wants to keep his position nice and sturdy.
And for Fabi's part, that bishop on e6, where it really wants to sit, the prime real estate is on the long diagonal. So maybe bishop c8 can be considered here. Of course, this also has the effect of protecting the e5 pawn with the rook. Bishop c8 looks good. Maybe queen f6, that self-pins the queen, but it isn't too easy for white to put pressure on the e5 pawn.
Queen f6 played. Good call by you. And there is e4 that white has to look out for, because the queen on f3 will be under attack and the bishop on b2 will be exposed to the queen on f6. And that's why Arjun, he goes back to e2 with the queen. Ideally, he would have played rook e2, rook a to e1, but with e4 available there, he instead brings his queen back.
That's such an instructive line. Let me show that really quickly. Rook e2 runs into e4. The bishop is hanging. LPDO, loose pieces drop off, takes. And now both pieces are hanging at the same time. White ends up losing the bishop. So good call there. Arjun drops his queen back to e2, and Fabi repositions his own queen to g6 using tactics to indirectly defend the e5 pawn. I think bishop e5 runs into bishop takes c4, discovering the attack on the e5 bishop.
I like black's position now. I mean, you have the strong center, and he played bishop a3, and now is the time you go for an attack, because white's pieces all distracted over there on the queen side. So I'm already looking at the move f4 as a way to go after h3. You could also play e4. That looks like it creates all sorts of tactical possibilities for black, opening the bishop on d6 as well.
E4 just leads to chaos and anarchy, and I think Arjun probably would play e4 within like a couple of seconds. But Fabi, of course, he takes a more analytical approach in these kinds of moments. What you want to avoid is spending, a minute and a half and, putting the sunk cost into a move that you would play anyway.
And he plays bishop d7. He's using your plan, though, getting the bishop to the long diagonal. I like it.
Arjun's probably going to gobble. I mean, you don't put your pieces on b3 and a3 to not take on c5.
But what he's undoubtedly worried about is bishop takes c5, bishop c6, threatening checkmate on g2.
It's just a mate threat. Stop making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah, not a big deal. But after f3, it might become a big deal because of e4. This is, I believe, what we're going to see.
That's terrifying. Great call. Look at this position. This looks, just to the naked eye, this looks losing for white.
Yeah.
But I guess it's not because of maybe queen g4.
Whoa. But bishop g3 now. Let's keep the bishops on the board.
And then follow that up with e3 and open up the other bishop. Now, maybe it can be shut down with d5.
But I feel like you want to keep more pieces on the board with the attack and the passed pawn. So I'm looking at keeping the bishop alive. Maybe Fabi realizes it's not the end of the world. But no, he does play bishop g3, step one. And if you play rook f1, the move e3, as you mentioned, looks very strong. Yikes.
And step three, drop the bishop back and threaten a sack on h3. I mean, that bishop on d7... it isn't as good as on the long diagonal, Robert, but it ain't too shabby either.
No. And he goes bishop f2 check. He was probably worried about the e3 pawn being a little bit loose for the time being. And if your best bet is to sacrifice on f2 for Arjun, well, I don't think you have quite enough for the rook. You have a knight and a couple pawns, but black also has the safer king.
I agree in principle, and I think black is still better after rook takes f2, but perhaps it was a better decision to keep as much potential energy in the position as possible. Keeping the bishop on g3 would have opened up more possibilities of, for example, bishop e5 and queen g3. Now, Bobby kind of puts his eggs in one basket. Arjun, I think there was no doubt in anyone's mind that he was sacking on f2.
No. And after bishop d7, h3 is hanging, so he plays king h2. The knight on b3 will likely go to d4 at some point. So if c4 cannot be attacked, then Arjun is in pretty good shape. But look at that move.
Spicy.
What recognition. If you take on a5, here comes rook b2, going after that c2 pawn directly. So I love the move a5 from Fabi.
I love when these top players, they play on both sides of the board. That, I think, is one of the single most difficult skills in all of chess. The recognition that you need to strike on the side of the board that you really haven't touched for the entire game. Arjun meets him at the top with a4. But, Robert, now the knight on b3 is seriously loosened up. It's only protected by the c2 pawn, which is in turn defended by the queen. That is not a secure construction.
And rook e5 seems like the most random move in the world to me, but I look at the eval bar and it stays the same, which means it's the best move. What a game this has been from both sides. Of course, Fabiano with the advantage right now, but Arjun's hanging in there. And after bishop d4, the rook is under attack on e5. If you play rook f8, thinking you're getting a tempo with the queen, I believe Arjun will immediately snap the rook off on f8, then snap the rook off on e5 and say, I have now a minor piece, a rook, and two pawns for the queen. So that's why rook f5 was the choice instead.
Black is better. Black is calling the shots, but this could turn really, really quickly. I mean, there is no reason that Arjun won't gobble the pawn on a5 on the next move. And don't fall asleep on the a4 pawn. I mean, that pawn will be on a7 in the blink of an eye.
We've already seen Arjun use a passed a pawn, not with decisive effect because he did let the win slip, but he has shown that it's going to be difficult to counter. So I think right now, Donna, he needs to play Fabiano c6. You need to challenge White's setup, and by playing c6, you're opening the board up for that bishop on d7.
Instead, he plays rook f8. The infuriating thing is that the white bishop controls the f2 square. Otherwise, the threat of rook f2 would be instantly decisive. What is Fabi's follow-up if Arjun just grabs the pawn on a5? Does he want something like rook g5, maybe rook h5 and a sack on h3? I mean, it looks terrifying for sure.
I really like that rook g5 idea. And maybe queen d6 first and then rook g5, but no matter what, there is going to be a sacrifice. He does take on a5.
We're about to find out.
So Fabi has a chance, and we see the eval bar going down, down, down. And
down.
Yeah, I feel like your rook g5 idea is there. I think first queen d6, then rook g5, the queen can come into g3, all sorts of threats available.
Oh, the Fabi is just, he's on a roll this game. I mean, he's finding every accurate move. Bishop takes h3, forces White's hand, but king h1, Robert, might not actually solve the problem. I think bishop takes h3 anyway just looks totally devastating with this knight in Timbuktu, not participating in the defense. You can't afford that when you're already down in exchange to begin with.
It's the one offside move Arjun has played, maybe in this entire match, but definitely in this game, and it's going to cost him. That is the margin at this high level. Rook g6, sliding the rook back. h3 is still hanging. If king h1, bishop h3, rook f3 coming. So it just feels like there is an attack that is raging on. If you play c5 for White, then the queen goes to g3. You're actually helping Black execute the attack.
There's just no way to stop queen g3, and White's just not nearly fast enough on the queen side. Arjun's clock is ticking down. He's now down 30 seconds. Last-ditch attempt, c5 on the board, but queen g3 just looks completely devastating.
And if the times were reversed, I would give Arjun some chances, but not here.
Nice move, though.
Yes, throwing 97 check. You do not want to fall for that fork.
Do not take on h3 here. I thought rook e8 might have been the chance. Now bishop f4 smokes the queen out.
Oh, but where to? Is the queen almost trapped? H4.
Knight e5.
Yeah, queen h3 is knight e5. Good call.
And after knight e5, Black has to give up the exchange. All of a sudden, White's defending. I think queen h4, but then still knight e5. Oh,
and
my
Fabi
lands.
Down 10 seconds. He could even lose this game.
Oh, absolutely. Knight e5, and then bishop takes h3. Could have been met with g3.
Wait, he went king h2, and what is the deal here? He just takes on c6. So Fabi is trying to avoid danger.
Oh
but
my
now
God, 2 seconds though.
Oh,
and Arjun can grab the pawn on c7.
Oh my
He's turning this around.
Completely turned it around. And Fabi just works. He's 1 second. He barely got that move off.
And there comes the a-pawn at long last. And rook a3, rook g3 comes to mind. Black's king is caught in the crossfire.
It was queen f6. a5 is hanging, right?
Oh! Rook g3.
What's
no,
he
he's
doing?
going to lose.
He lost.
Flags. Oh my goodness.
And we mentioned this earlier, but Anish Giri talked about this in Toronto. It was really a topic of conversation that when Fabi gets into real-time trouble, down to seconds, he probably has maybe the lowest floor in this event. And that's the problem, is that he had chances there, and he just collapsed because he couldn't handle the time pressure.
And it's not that he's bad in time pressure. It's just that Arjun is an absolute beast. The way he produced chances there, the turning point, Robert, was when he managed to get his knight to e5. That threat really just took Fabi out of his comfort zone. He was on an absolute roll prior to that. What a heartbreaker. This is a tough pill to swallow. And now the lead, it's ballooned to 3. And
wow,
that's a pretty big deal. There's plenty of time. There's an eternity left in this match, but this is not going Fabi's way.
It isn't, but there's nothing that can brighten your day like playing the white side of the French. And right now, a lot of extra space for Fabi. Arjun, the best news for him is he got rid of that light square bishop by trading on a6. So Fabi pushed his pawns forward, will bring his rook up to h3 at some point, try to go for rook lift. However, he's got issues, right? The c2 pawn, the a3 pawn, typical in the French. I feel like Fabi is on the verge of tilting.
I was literally opening my mouth to say the same thing. I was going to say maybe I'm overly influenced by the score of the match, Robert, but it just feels like he's floundering. Feels like he's grasping at straws, tilting at windmills, no pun intended. And he needs a little nasty here. He needs to turn this around. Arjun has got an ideal win-hour setup here.
Yeah, something has gone very wrong for Fabi in this match overall. And in this game, queen takes c2 is available for black, but I wouldn't go pawn grabbing just yet. The last thing you want to see for Arjun is with your king on f8 and no development of your pieces is the board to open up. So he plays knight c6. A knight takes e5 is also a threat, which is why queen f4 was played to put the queen on a defended square.
That's a great move by Fabi, actually. And maybe it was worth developing the other knight first if you're Arjun. Now he grabs on c2 and he says, hey, pawn is a pawn. Show me what you got, Fabi.
Wow.
And I think Fabi's going to go bishop e3.
Oh, so he's going to right after the c5 pawn if indeed Arjun takes back. So showing tremendous understanding are both players. I'm just very confused about what's happened here. I'm looking at knight g to e7 for Arjun just to develop my pieces. I just don't trust the king sitting there on f8. I don't want to stay there forever.
Fun fact, I'm 0-3 in the French. That's my lifetime score. And one of those games was against Fabi in the 2017 U.S. Championship. I played this exact line with black, but Arjun is handling this with just a little bit more finesse than yours truly.
Well, the queens are off the board. Now this is just a bad ending for white. You see the pawn on a3 and c3 are both weaknesses, but with that move rook h4, if white can just slide on over to the queen side, look at black's lack of development. I actually think that this is a position with chances for both sides for sure.
Oh, most definitely. Even with the queens off the board, you're right. Black has to find a way to untangle his king side, and Arjun playing with fire there, but also playing with tempo, getting his knight out to f6. The rook probably will shift to d4. And after knight c5, it does look like the worst is behind him. He will be exactly one move away, Robert, from fully consolidating his pieces.
Right. So Fabi needs to act quickly. h5 is also hanging. So if black is not threatened in any way, knight takes h5, just scoop up a pawn. And that's the problem with white's position. Black has one weakness, the pawn on b6. And I guess let's call a second weakness with the king on f8, just in the rook's way. But white has a3, c3, and h5 all to worry about. This is bad news for Fabi, and Arjun is just having his way right now.
And if you have to play a move like rook h4, that's just not a good sign. But it makes sense. You can't just start giving away random pawns. You're in an endgame at this point. But this gives Arjun the necessary tempo to complete the consolidation of his pieces. a4 there by Fabi, trying to fix the weakness on b6, which might actually be the only target in this position that white can easily attack.
Yes, and it's a good move. I think knight c5, it looks threatening, but there's a rook on h4. Don't forget about it. It defends that pawn on a4 in addition to the rook sitting there on a1. So Fabi, he goes rook b1, getting out of any potential pins. Everything is defended, but black can do the same.
Oh, and c4, rook takes a4, that rook on h4 hanging.
Wow, that's actually... And then rook d4 there, maybe? If that gets tactical.
That does get tactical. Let me show this on the board. c4, which is exactly what Fabi is calculating. Now, the bad piece of news is that Arjun could just drop his knight back to f6 and say, I don't care, rook b6, rook a4, I'm fine. But after rook a4, rook d4, knight b4, this doesn't seem like the kind of position Arjun wants out of this endgame.
But if
maybe knight c3.
If there's no clear way to punish it, then it might be worth investigating.
And, well, he is about to investigate it because c4 is on the board. Big moment here. Is Arjun going to snap that pawn off on a4 and go for that chaotic line that we just looked at?
Well, the downside of playing knight f6, which was your first instinct, is that b6 does fall. So even if you get a4, we're just trading off some pawns. Maybe the winning chances aren't great. But if you look at the match score, Arjun doesn't need to take any risk to win this game because he's ahead, and he does the right thing. I think from a match perspective, knight f6 was the best move. It probably was also the best move in the position. So great choice by Arjun Erigaisi.
Agree completely. And one thing I'm noticing in this 5-minute portion, Robert, is how quickly Arjun tends to make decisions in critical moments. I mean, I could see somebody taking 15, 20 minutes in an over-the-board game calculating rook takes a4. I could see somebody taking 2 minutes in a blitz game. Instead, Arjun, he's put the accent on keeping the time advantage and just tossing the ball continuously back into Fabi's court, trusting his instincts. And it's resulted in just wild success thus far.
Although now it's resulted in an outside pass pawn for Fabiano. So after king back to E or f8, I'm not sure where it should go, the bishop slides back to e1, and the worst is behind white. Like, there were these weak pawns. Now everything's defended, and you have a pawn a4 defended by a knight. The bishop on e1 is eyeing that a5 square if the knight moves out the way to push the pawn. So I feel like the worst is behind Fabi.
And Arjun continues to blitz out his moves, trying to find the best possible squares for his knight. It's a 3-result game. I mean, I could see this going either way. I could see White losing control of the game. If Black's knight jumps into d3, maybe Fabi will lose his h-pawn. And so all hands on deck for White, defending the d3 pawn with the king.
Wow. And king e2, just bringing the king as an active piece in the ending. The rook on h4 can slide towards the king's queenside, at some point, like rook to b4, but h5 remains a target. So I'm not sure if you should ever move that rook, but I don't like being tethered to a pawn.
And what I also don't like is the way that White's rooks kind of appear discombobulated. Black threatens rook ac8. And if the knight moves away from c3, the floodgates open, the rook infiltrates c2, and you could absolutely get mated in a position like this.
It's true. So maybe rook h to b4 is the way to go. Give up h5, trade a pair of rooks on b8, and say that your outside pass pawn should prove good compensation for the pawn deficit.
Agreed. I think rook b4 is the practical decision. And again, look at that clock. Fabi's clock creeping down to 1 minute. And all before you know it, Arjun's up 90 seconds in an endgame. And look how quickly he takes on h5.
Wait, there's rook b5. I saw the eval bar go up. I'm like, why would it go up? Rook b5.
Rook b5 skewers the knights.
Oh my gosh.
It skewers the knights.
And after f6,
he missed it.
Both players missed it. It is helpful to have the eval bar, but the knights were in the same row.
But Fabi has to see that. The knights on the same row, both of them undefended. I'll show this on the board. Rook b5, f6. And at the very least, you have f4. You also have g4 simply trapping the other knight. This one apiece.
Okay, well, missed opportunity. But if we look at the game, Danya, the outside pass pawn, that is very dangerous. Now you move the knight out the way to a4, let's say. The knight's trying to come into c5. So I believe that Fabi should not really be in huge risk right now. He can also just deliver a bunch of checks if the king goes to the back rank. So I feel like he should be in good shape to hold this one despite that oversight.
Agreed. It almost seems like Arjun is trying to flag him, but now the Indian Grandmaster taking his time, realizing that White is like 2 tempi away from shoving this rook off of a6, and you cannot let this pawn reach a7. Knights are notoriously bad at stopping corner passers, so, the rook is going to do the hard work here.
Wow, and king d6. So f4, the knight might go back to d7, something like that, just to close off the 7th rank, but he plays knight a4. He wants bishop b4 check at some point.
I'm afraid the clock is going to decide this game again.
Okay, he's got to move his rook. Rook
and he's got to move, period.
Maybe he'll go rook b1, just to keep the rook away from the enemy king. He does just that.
Knight d5 looks pretty good. Creating a knight cover. Of course, if you're Black, do not move your king back to d7.
No.
For obvious reasons. Rook c1 check. You want to play king d6.
But then knight
That's why he put the knight on d5.
Whoa. Okay.
Knight c3. Trade the knights.
Take with the bishop for sure. And you can always take on
Oh, and now
e5.
g7 hangs.
Right. And if f6, you can always take on e5, I think, and make a draw. But I don't know if Fabi's playing for more right now.
I think that's the likely outcome. In f6, you're still down a minute on the clock. Maybe Arjun's going to move his knight and play for more. But no.
Oh.
And he does.
Wow. Oh. Bishop g7. What's Fabi thinking about?
Rook a5. Okay, still should be a draw.
Right, he'll take on h6.
I'm just worried Fabi's going to miss a fork. He's got 15 seconds. Knight e5, knight g4 is scary.
It really is. Knight e5 is a great move right now, and it's played. Bishop e3,
Good
keeping
move by
everything
Fabi.
together. I think he'll play rook e1 or something very solid.
White is not out of the woods, though. King c4.
And e5, e4, knight e5 to f3. There are all sorts of tricks and threats that you need to watch out for.
I've seen Arjun squeeze these positions out so many times.
E5, just push that pawn to e4.
So far, so good for Fabi, but he's running out of air for his pieces.
Oh, that was a good move because if e4, there's king f4. He wants to run after the f5 pawn.
Oh, great call. Oh, that's actually a very solid defensive construction when he moves his king back.
Okay, e4 for sure.
Definitely.
But he
attacks the bishop first.
I think he's testing Fabi's mouse speed. That's why he's attacking the bishop. He's saying, does Fabi have that quickness, or is it costing him like 0.5 seconds every time?
And that knight can jump to d3. I mean, Arjun has a million ways to torture him here. I like the way Fabi's defending thus far. He hasn't missed a fork. He's kept his bishop solid.
Good
now
move,
the rook defends the bishop.
And king f1. Important move there. And watch out for like knight h2 to f3 and a back rank checkmate. Like you have to be so careful here if you're Fabi.
That's actually a massive threat. I would play knight h2
He goes
on the
king
next
c4.
move.
Knight h2 looks very tempting.
Although with the king on g2, there's actually no easy way to checkmate the king because the king has h3 and g2 as escape squares.
It's true. So after knight h2, knight f3 is like rook f8, going after the f5 pawn, and then things can turn around.
I mean, Arjun also milking the overall match clock.
Oh, he trades there. Rook h2, he gets in a rook
King
endgame.
d3.
Oh gosh, g4, got to push that pawn.
Still scary, but looks like the worst is behind him.
Yeah, I think there's no way to kick the king out of f1.
G4, still not easy. King
Lo-
f3.
But long side, good technique from Fabi. Rook check
Back
back.
to f5.
Mhm.
King f4. I would keep trying.
And he goes over here. The pawn is
Okay.
not. You can't push it for black. That's the problem. And here comes
He's
the white
still
king.
trying.
I think he's doing what you said. He's just milking the match clock.
But now you've got the side checks as you indicated. No, this is a draw. I mean, every last resource exhausted. Don't go king f5 after rook a6.
Yeah, we'll see a rook trade, and then
Trade.
does Arjun play it out? That's the question.
I would not pre-move here.
I think certain pre-moves are easy.
Yeah, this one's fine. He'll handle it. Good hold for Fabi. He could not have afforded to lose that game. He just couldn't.
No, the tide was turning against him, and now we see in English from Arjun and a quick check on b4. Solid response. I think this is going to be Arjun's match strategy from now on. Why does he need to take any risk? He doesn't need to play openings with tactical melees. Just play solid chess. And Fabi has not proven that he can beat Arjun thus far.
No, and you're absolutely right. He's up 3 points. Says, hey, I think I'm in better form. I'm more than happy to get an equal position out of the opening every time. I mean, he's playing totally unambitiously with white here. And I guess the question is, where is he going to develop his light squared bishop? Is he going to go g3? Then maybe Fabi can grab the center with c6 and d5. I think black could consider c6, d5 anyway, Robert. And white has to be a little careful.
I kind of hated the move e4 because now I'm looking at f5 at some point for black.
Yep.
Right? The side that controls the
The
pawn
knight
breaks is often the side with the advantage. And here, okay, the d5 square you need to keep an eye on. But like knight e8 and f5 is just an idea that's coming to mind.
What a weird opening we just had. So many like random pawn moves.
And then what was h6 about? What does that do?
Preventing queen d2 to g5.
No, I just feel like that was a careless move. And I'm not saying that black is worse, 'cause I don't think so. I think Fabi's playing very good chess, but those little decisions, I feel like that's what's costing Fabi in this match. Is he's not pouncing when the moment is there.
You're absolutely right. And Arjun executing a very typical maneuver for really all English positions. That knight from f3 to e1 to c2 to e3, eventually to d5. And so Fabi strikes with b4, forcing white's hand. And I think e takes d5 is generally the way people recapture here. Now he goes cd. Okay.
And here comes the knight to c3. This is bad for white.
I don't like cd at all.
This is really bad.
Well, the only chance is to strike at the king side, but here comes the knight.
But the problem for white, right? If you play f5, hoping to get an f6, black's obviously going to see that. He plays f6, and he stopped it, right? And later in the game, black could try to think about g6, but now there's no need because white is very slow. And look at a4. It's happening so quickly over here.
It is, but so is white preparing g5. It doesn't take all that many moves. I mean, you think about it, 1, 2, 3, and you're ready to play g5. So I'm not totally pessimistic about white's kingside chances here.
Yeah, but there's the Petrosian king march, right? King f7, king e8, king d7, king like just bring your king over there. I didn't like a4 for that reason. I think that he first should have taken care of his king, but I also tend to trust Fabi with big decisions, and knight d4 now looks very good.
Gives up the d4 square. What is Arjun doing here?
I don't know how to answer that. I feel like he's played a great match thus far, but this game has been very shaky, which is uncharacteristic of the superstar
D3?
teenager. Oh, goodness. Just ripping the position open. And let's not forget, d3 is hanging. So if you ever have to move your queen away, like if a b takes a2 and you take with a queen, down goes d3. If you put a b3 here, knight takes b3 is a simple fork. The king's on f2, which means that the open b file is probably bad news for the white king. This is starting to look not pleasant at all for Arjun.
No, Arjun is just sort of, I mean, you could tell in the opening he was playing a little carelessly, but now he's waltzed himself into a borderline lost position. Can he pull a rabbit out of the hat? This would be a huge win for Fabi. Guess what? If he wins this game in under 8 minutes, he gets a game with the white pieces. He wins that one. It's a 1-point match. I mean, that's how quickly these seemingly insurmountable wins can move at the drop of a hat.
This looks just incredible for Fabi. Look at his clock, by the way. He has nearly 4 minutes. He's pre-moving. He has D3 under attack. He's doing rook F to B8 to go to B2. A4 is the extra pawn. Not long for this board. This is a terrible position for Arjun, and this is why I called it uncharacteristic. We've seen throughout the match, he has played a very solid style. He has figured out when Fabi's coming for him. He's figured out a way to fend off the initial threat, and then also seized control of the game even from that point, like the game where he went knight takes a5 and it was kind of dicey for him. So I just feel like this is really an odd game for Arjun with a 3-point lead. That said, the game's not over. Rook takes d3, evens with the material, causes white some problems. But with the threat of g5 at some point, with white trying to take over the b file, maybe he has hopes to survive this game.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun is a magician. Nihal is a magician. Everybody from that generation is a magician. So Fabi, he cannot take his foot off the gas pedal. He also cannot fall behind too much on the clock. He's been doing a great job of that thus far this game. And look at Fabi. He doesn't even, I don't need the d3 pawn. That pawn ain't going anywhere. I want the b file instead. Ugh.
What? Bishop takes d3?
It's over. Goodbye. Queen b7 coming to theaters near you.
What just happened in this game?
This was a horrendous game for Arjun. Queen b7, Robert, and c4, c3, you can actually resign.
I'm like looking at him just to see if there's any change in body language.
I can't believe it.
The good news for Arjun is he simply just doesn't react. And look at Fabi. He's stretching. He's like, all right, now I'm starting to feel it. I'm getting my first dub. This is just completely hopeless at this point. Isn't knight e2 to c3 a fork at the very least?
Or bishop b2, just win material. I think bishop b2 would force resignation, as would knight e2, knight c3.
You win a full piece with bishop b2. I like that better.
It's on the board. That's it. Wow. Unreal.
And it was self-induced. This was a very surprising, and for Fabiano, just what he needed. He's getting that last game in the 5+1 time control. He gets the white pieces, and now another Sicilian. So will we see a bishop b5 check with knight d7? No. Fabi going for main lines.
I think Fabi senses this is a big chance for him and a dragon for Arjun. So Fabi's saying, full steam ahead. I'm going all in. I want to win this game and reduce this lead down to 1. We have a mainline dragon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't say that every day.
No, we don't. And I mean, this is a tried and true opening.
Queen b6,
I mean, how many games are in this position?
No, this is such a well-known line. But white is better here. There is no dispute that white is better in this line.
And I also feel like stylistically, it's the type of position that Fabi likes, because you look at these long-term weaknesses, a7 and c6 for black, simple development for white. I have never been a fan of this opening from the black side, but then again, I'm nowhere near an expert in it, and Arjun's playing at lightning speed.
And some guy named Anish Giri, don't know much about him, but he did make a course on the dragon, and he breathed a little bit of fire into this system. No, unintended. But nonetheless, I mean, fundamentally, if you look at black's queenside structure, Robert, I mean, you can try for activity. You can try for a5, a4. There's dynamic chances, but I mean, it just looks so nasty from a strategic and from a tactical standpoint. That bishop aiming at f7.
Right. Queen e3, just bringing the queen towards and take.
Really, Riley?
Queen e7? What's the rub here?
Knight d5?
Okay, that does make sense. So g4 first.
G4. Good move by Fabi. Knight d5 anyway. Don't take it with a bishop.
Oh, I was wondering, knight d5 doesn't that just lose? Oh no, bishop d5, queen takes c2 is checkmate.
And where's white going to put his queen? Is he going to drop it back to d2 and force an endgame?
Because the bishop on f5 is nowhere good to go, is your claim?
That's exactly my claim.
But Arjun has clearly studied this, so maybe we just have to give him credit. He has clearly prepped this out because he has barely spent any time, and you don't play these kind of risky moves unless you've studied your openings.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you can obviously take more liberties in a blitz match. I mean, you can get a position that's objectively worse that you wouldn't think about playing in a classical game. But queen d2 back. Now Fabi plays queen d2. So who does the pawn on e5 actually favor? It's hard to say.
So bishop e6. He just goes after the e5 pawn.
Black does have this idea, Robert, of playing h5 and creating a passed pawn. That's on tap, but you don't want to rush it because then you'll end up losing the h pawn.
Right, because e5 is hanging and the h5 pawn will be an isolated one. It can't be protected. So right now is a big moment for Arjun. He has prepped to this point. He plays king g7. So if we just see a trade on e6, rook takes e5, we're seeing some liquidation, maybe some decent chance for Arjun to hold. But when you have a queenside majority like Fabiano does, you have to keep thinking in the back of your mind, I have those long-term chances.
But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I'm actually concerned about White's position. I'm really, really concerned that h5 is going to come, and White's pieces, kind of stuck as they are on the queen side, might not be well equipped to handle the progress of this pawn. And that pawn goes really fast. Do you guys see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm now concerned about it as well. And if rook takes e5, king f6 is the idea from Arjun. He's bringing his king out. It's the end game. Let's get active. And then h5, rook h8, and so on. So I'm with you there. And that's why Fabi's sitting and thinking. Maybe he wants to take on e6. He's not sure about it. Maybe he wants to play the move g5. The pawn e5 can't be defended. And g5 at least will not give black an outside pass pawn.
And I think you can combine those moves. If we pull up an analysis board, knight takes c6, f takes c6, g5, deep freezing black's kingside pawns. Of course, the idea that after h5, there is the end peasant, g takes h6. And as long as white prevents black from making that passer, white can safely try to exploit his queenside majority. g5, the immediate g5, is on the board. Good call.
And Fabi, not afraid of that bishop remaining. Bishop f5, you can just take on d5 first, then take on e5, and black is saddled with an isolated pawns in two different places, and that's not good news. So great move, I would say, from Fabiano. And if he ends up coming back in this match, sure, the previous game was important, but that move g5, just as you were saying, you're starting to get worried about Fabiano's position. He makes his move g5, and I think both of us, Daniel, don't mean to speak for you, but now we're like, wait a sec, this is starting to look very pleasant.
No, it absolutely is. And this is why Fabi is so good, right? G5 is a move that you could easily glance over if you're looking at the game quickly. But if Fabi wins this game, then this was the reason why, right? He prevents h5, he stops Arjun's counterplay, and he allows himself to focus on his superiority on the other side of the board.
And that's the thing with the pawn g5 like this, your one pawn is kind of stopping two. And on the other side, eventually the pawns will get rolling. So what's the move here for Arjun? I would say bishop f5, I mentioned, don't really like it. Is there a plan? Like, can you still play h6 and just try to get your king active? That probably loses a pawn.
Definitely try, but yeah, gh6 and rook e5. And how are you going to keep your minor pieces together in the center without losing a pawn? Bishop f5 is played. And you're exactly right. He takes d5, takes e5. And rook d8 might be a sad necessity here for Arjun. You can't give up another queenside pawn.
So rook e7, of course, comes to mind. Just king d2, bringing the king out. You would love to go knight d4 in one turn. He plays b4. Why not? Let's expand and protect the knight. I would say, practically speaking, what do you think? White wins this position 80% of the time, maybe more?
70, 80% of the time.
Yes, and I think super unpleasant.
I mean, from a practical standpoint, h6, I think, is de rigueur. You have to create some traction on the king side, or else you're just going to get stomped on the other side of the board. King f8, though, Arjun taking the passive approach.
King d2? What's next for black? That's what I'm trying to figure out. h6 was the only way to open things up. And now after king d2, I'm just failing to see individual moves for black. And step one for Fabi, successful. He goes rook d6. Okay, a4. Let's keep pushing pawns.
Slow. I think he wants f6. I mean, at this point, Arjun is happy to part ways with this d pawn. But look how prophylactically plays Fabi. f4. And I think he might actually move his rook back to keep the pawn on g5, freezing black's kingside majority.
Brilliant. Because he could have taken on f6 and tried to, if rook takes f6, take on d5. But instead, he says, your pawns are stuck in place. My one takes care of your two. Rook a3 becomes a threat all of a sudden. You're going to lose that a pawn, which you cannot afford to drop. So, super unpleasant right now.
Arjun is one move away from losing. I really like the move rook b6. I think he had to try that. And the point is that by inducing a3, you're actually preventing white's rook from swinging to a3. The pawn on a7 stays safe for the time being. White still doesn't have a passer on the queen side, so let's not pretend, that this game is over. Fabi still needs to handle this with a lot of finesse to convert this into an actual point.
Right. No, rook b6 is an important move. D4, big choice. Putting his pawn on a dark square, so not going to be protected by the bishop. Just move that rook away.
And the bishop is controlling the light squares. I think Arjun is saying he has something resembling a fortress here.
I'm not sure if I believe in that, but I think I think white can even play c3 at some point. Like if you take on c3, king takes, and go a4, just start pushing your queenside pawns, and black cannot do the same. That's the really important part of having this pawn on g5 is the h pawn can't go to h5. You take on passant or en peasant, as you said. So I just think that white's task of pushing the pawn up the board is much easier.
And something I always like to point out, Robert, when there's only one open file on the board, the side that controls it holds a major asset. This e-file, it might not seem significant, but guess what? The king on f8 is firmly stuck in place. Anytime you play king g7, the rook infiltrates e7, and there is the passed pawn. It has been made, and it is going to be pushed.
And we've talked about how bishops dominate knights. This knight dominates that bishop. It's on a dark square, can't be attacked. All squares on the light, e6, e4, d7, etc., are covered by the knight and c5. So king c4 is next, followed by b5, and that pawn is going up the board.
The one small concern is if Arjun manages to take the g5 pawn off the board, then he'll be able to give up his bishop for the b pawn. But Fabi's not going to give up his g5 pawn without a major fight.
No, and king c4, step one. I think this is the moment where Fabi, he calculates a little bit too much because Arjun would have been playing this last turn in 3 seconds, and then Fabi will spend 20 seconds, and then he'll get himself in time trouble. He may still win this game, but I think in the bigger picture, that's what often hurts him.
That move surprises me a little bit. I thought king c4 and b5 was more straightforward. Instead, he moves his rook away from one open file to another. But he's given Arjun a chance to activate his king. I don't like the way Fabi has handled this in the last couple moves.
I don't like it either. King e5 to f4 looks very tempting. Maybe king e5 to rook h4. Ugh, barely keeping that king out of there. And Arjun is down on the clock, down to 50 seconds right now. He needs to continue the stubborn defense.
I still think Fabi's winning chances exceed Black's drawing chances, but Arjun, look at him go, activating his rook once again, trying to go from the backside. And I think he's going to try to win this g-pawn.
Yes, but king d4 here. Let's centralize that king. And that allows you to play b5 because king c4 instead. Similar idea. Rook a1 will be the move for black. And how does that b-pawn get pushed? Not now because rook c1 check.
that loses the knight. The knight is no good squares. That bishop on f5 is suddenly the one dominating the knight. Robert, it was the other way around when the position was more closed. Now the bishop is the one controlling important back retreating squares for the knight. That knight on c5 actually becomes a bit of a liability.
Well, here comes the king up to b5. So if you go rook g1, are you in time? That king might even go up to b6 or a6, and the b pawn gets pushed. Knight b7 check also on the docket. Arjun down to 30 seconds. He plays rook b1, just saying no king b6 for you.
He's kind of taking a middle approach. For now, he stops the progress of the pawn. This is going to be another time scramble. You're right. I think Fabi has taken a little bit too long here. Both sides down to 30 seconds. It's a 50-50 game. And Fabi brings his rook back to h2, setting up a potential check. But in comes Arjun's king.
So if rook f2 to keep the king out of f4, is there king d4, king e3? Here comes the king.
There is.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my gosh.
And king a5. Whoa, if king c3, this knight a4. Okay.
Yeah, but
rook f4
now there's a check on f4.
And then knight moves in b5. Can you get away with it?
He goes to b6, king e5. He has h4 to keep the pawn protected.
That's very important. So Arjun down under 15 seconds. He goes rook g1. b5 now?
You have to. And he finally eliminates the pawn.
Okay, so what's going on here?
Should be a draw. A lot of forks. Rook d2 and king c6 maybe?
Wow, he trades rooks.
No.
He realized that he can trade rooks. The bishop will sacrifice itself for that pawn. So rook f2 back by Fabi. Knight a6
I think black's not worse anymore.
I agree. The knight's just hopping around.
I could see this going wrong for one. I mean, king e3, bishop e4. White's got to be careful with that g-pawn advancing pretty soon.
Okay, so it goes
bishop e4.
Rook g5. And, oh, there's no king f4, knight e6 check. So you can play rook g5. But 5 seconds,
3 seconds for Fabi.
Oh my gosh, he's on g5.
G5?
Here comes the pawn.
Oh my god, I'm getting concerned. White could lose this. One second.
Move! What just happened?
He flagged.
Did he just forget about his time?
But that just cannot happen. You can't lose a game like this.
And like,
And
again,
Fabi,
look at Arjun. It's like he doesn't even know the game's over. He has not celebrated. He has not
it's like,
reacted.
why isn't he moving?
Yeah, he's sitting there waiting for the next move, and that is inexcusable if you want to win a speechless championship match. Danya, you cannot flag in that position.
Yeah, I mean, draw. Okay, Arjun defended like a beast, but hey, you draw the game. You're still down by 2 points. You just can't leave points on the side of the road like this. And this destroys all of the momentum that he built up in the previous game. The lead is back to 3. You lost the game with white. Arjun's going to have the white pieces in the next game. This was an absolute heartbreaker. I can't believe what we just saw. To win this is crazy.
That was an absolute gift. And well, speaking of gifts, it's holiday season. So happy holidays from chess.com. Right now, upgrade your chess.com account to premium membership and get 1 month of premium free. You heard that right. Chess.com is increasing the 7-day free trial to an entire month for those who upgrade a premium membership right now through the website. That's 1 month of unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, and a cute little emoji next to your username for free. Don't miss this limited time offer. Drop the command LTO in the chat for details and direction. We'll be right back for more from this opening matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi here at the Speed Chess Championship.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Magnus down to 5 seconds, gonna move. Wait,
That was legendary stuff right there.
For some, this is familiar ground.
I've never seen Magnus play a move like that.
Bishop 4, Bishop 4. Oh!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
He missed his name.
The battles will be electric.
That is.
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my God! No, 97.
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
Oh, Bishop 2, what is it?
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
And we return here at the Speed Chess Championship. Right now, Arjun Erigaisi has a 3-point lead after the 5-minute portion against Fabiano Caruana. Danya, what in the world must Fabiano do to mount this comeback?
Well, first of all, he's got to stop shooting himself in the foot. That last game, you said it best. I think it was inexcusable. He has to avoid flagging. He has to avoid making simple blunders. But overall, I mean, his play has been decent. I think the one specific further change that he can make is to play a little bit faster in critical moments. Trust his instinct. He's taking longer than Arjun in important moments. He's falling behind on the clock, and he's getting into too many time scrambles. And realistically, Fabi's gotten a lot better at those, Robert. But we know who the favorite is if things go down to a time scramble every game.
Right. And you say he needs to trust his instincts. We need to stop trusting Sparta Chess's instincts because his predictions were that Fabi would be the favorite 5-4 in both the 5 and the 3+1 tie patrols. That did not come to fruition. Arjun Erigaisi with a 6-3 lead, but it's not over. 3-point separation. Arjun is a great bullet player. The prediction was 5-5 in bullet between these two. Fabi does have chances. This is not like a Nihal, where if they play bullet, Fabi probably feels like he's got no shot. With that 1 second increment especially, Fabi still has his chances. He's had good positions, but we have to give credit where it's due. Arjun Erigaisi has been a monster.
He most certainly has. And 3 points is that threshold. Hikaru Nakamura, a couple years ago, I remember his SEC interview where he pointed out that 3 points is that threshold where if you get up to 4, you start talking about a lopsided match. I mean, 4 points just has a much different ring to it than 2 points. I think this first game of the 3-minute portion is so important to set the tone. Fabi's got to push the last 90 minutes behind him. He's got to put through a good, solid game with the black pieces. At the very least, he needs a draw here.
Okay, well, we see the start of a Torre attack. Not every day you see this at the highest level, but Arjun continues to play openings without much bite. Now, that may seem like an insult. I actually mean that as a compliment. He is doing the right thing in a match when he is up 3 points. He is just not giving Fabi a chance to use the opening to his advantage.
Yeah, and he just plays all sorts of sidelines. This one, Robert, I like a lot more than his C4 D3 garbage that we saw in the previous game. This is a little bit more mainstream, and I think this strikes a good balance between non-theoretical but not too passive.
Right, and he just went Bishop F4. I was there looking at F5 and G5 and throwing the pawns forward. I think that Fabi should do that. Like right now, G5 was, well, it was before he went Knight F6. He played a little bit too fast. It's weird that I'm saying that. I feel like I'm criticizing him for playing too slowly. Now I'm saying he went too fast.
Too fast. I mean, what do you want from him, Robert?
Yeah, it's easy to be on the sidelines. I acknowledge.
It most certainly is. Bishop E5 on the board, but I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's hard to find that happy medium. And C5, orchestrating some pressure on the queen side is Fabiano. And I like Black's position again.
Yeah, the pawn A5 don't capture it right now because you are met by the move B2 to B4. But the A5 pawn is a long-term target. If you protect that with B4 as white, then C3 is going to be a problem. Whoa, what is this?
B4, I guess he wants.
Aha.
God, he's playing like a bullet game.
Yeah, he's playing really quickly here. And if you don't take E5 as the threat, winning H7 pawn. But I don't want to trade all the pieces if I'm Caruana.
Yeah, and I think a instructive positional mistake, if I can show this really, really quickly, h6 is on the board. He's trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. If you would have taken first and then gone h6, then after knight takes f6, queen takes f6, bishop e4, this is the kind of nightmare scenario you want to avoid. You get this type of structure in the Catalan sometimes. With that pawn on a6, a permanent weakness, the knight coming to e5, this is precisely what you wanted to avoid. So instead, Fabi doing his best to keep as many minors on the board as possible.
And we see Velasco moves b4, knight b3.
I apologize for getting bogged down there.
No, you're fine. Look at the bishop on a7. I think that Fabi needs to play f6 at some point, and now feels like that moment. There it is. Opening the f file, the f2 pawn is a target. C3 is also loose. So if ef6, queen f6, you have to defend c3 and stop e5 to e4 all at once. And this is looking very bad for Arjun.
Terrible. You can't survive this position without a dark squared bishop. I mean, you just can't. The dark squares are too weak. Black's center play comes too fast. E5, E4 is coming. I mean, this is horrible. And Fabi just has to deliver this game. This is a golden opportunity to strike yet again with the black pieces.
He simply must take advantage of this position. And he's ahead on the clock, Danya. So he's doing well in all cylinders. And Rook E1, good move. If you start trading on E5, the E6 pawn becomes a bit of a target. But Fabi just should go for it, right? I think he just trades everything, plays queen d6 at the end, kicks that rook out of there. I said he plays bishop b8, also a great
Love
move.
that move.
Yeah, this is wonderful stuff.
And this is so easy to play. Now e5 is coming next, although you shouldn't rush e5. I mean, you could play this in different ways. e5 has the drawback of blocking out the dark squared bishop, but if you can shove your pawn through to e4, White's going to start experiencing problems with his king. I mean, you could get checkmated here real easily if the knight jumps into e5 and then g4.
So
or f3.
What exactly does White do here? Because what you said makes perfect sense, and I'm struggling to find an idea.
Like a single move. You can basically pre-move e5.
And you're up a full minute on the clock. So this is looking really bad for Arjun. It's interesting because the lead is still at 3, but it feels like in the last 4 or so games, Fabiano actually has played the better chess.
He definitely has. And I think if Arjun ends up losing this game, we're going to see some adjustments in the opening. I mean, I feel like the decision to play offbeat stuff is understandable, but he's playing a little bit too casually the first 15, 20 moves. And he's getting himself into these dubious positions, but...
Rook f7?
Wait up.
Game over. Rook f7 wins a piece.
Oh, rook f7, not rook c7. Yeah,
that might have also worked. But now you protect your bishop on b7. f5 is lost. And at best, you get a couple pawns, but you're going to get mated. He resigns. Now, something is off, I feel like, with Arjun in the last, 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, he won the previous game with black, but he got outplayed there as well. And this is the time for Fabi to capitalize.
And we get a more traditional opening. We were talking about this earlier, right? The bishop left c8, the queen comes to b3 to put pressure on the b7 pawn. It's a situation where White has the bishop pair. The h2 pawn at some point can be captured, but it's not really important, especially with b7 under attack. So I like the opening choice from Fabi, but Arjun seems prepared.
I like it as well. Yeah, this is a very mainstream line of the Slav. The structure in the center is symmetrical, but every other aspect of the position is anything but. With White holding the bishop pair, I've never really liked this type of position for black. It just seems like, to quote the great Robert Hess, White controls the pawn breaks. H5, E4. Man, what a wise guy Robert Hess was.
Appreciate you giving me that little shout out there. But the black king can't castle. If you ever castle kingside, in comes H5. B5 has just... Whoa! Is this...
Damn, girl! This
don't...
must be.
As you were about to both thinking, is this prep? But Fabiano's playing instantly. So
I mean...
it has to be, right?
Fabi doesn't play knight takes b5 in 2 seconds if it's not prep.
Unless
no way in heck.
Unless he started trusting himself all of a sudden, right? Where he's like, oh, what would Arjun do? He'd play that sacrifice in just a couple of seconds. What? Rook HC1?
Rook C1? How do you defend the knight?
You don't, because Queen A4 is also piling on pressure.
I guess you can play the move Queen C7 to D7, but in that position, White can actually take C6 and replace the bishop with the queen. Oh my goodness, is Black in moral danger already?
I mean, Queen A4 also, both, as you said, Bishop C6 followed by Queen B5 or Queen A4 right away. You're just winning back your piece with an extra pawn. And even if you didn't have an extra pawn, look at the queen side. Oh, Rook C6, right?
Rook C6, Knight C6, and Rook C6?
That's what I'm looking at.
King F8.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. Just trade everything on C6, right? Bishop C6, take, and you have 2 outside pass pawns.
Yep, and that's exactly what he does. And not to mention that rook C8 is going to be a massive threat in the resulting position. Maybe it's worth for Arjun to try to keep the rooks on the board, but then the bishop comes into A5.
Okay, so bishop D8, rook C8 loses the queen. For
Whoa.
The price of a rook.
There's some crazy ideas there with bishop A5. I don't think that quite works.
Okay. What other ideas? Queen A6, like a simple move. Seems okay, but you're going to lose G2. And I'm guessing Fabi really doesn't want to give up that pawn. But that's why these double pawns are so important, Danya. Remember in earlier games, Black was trying to get an outside pass pawn. Here, you're not getting that because your pawn's on G6. So even if rook takes G2 comes, it doesn't have devastating effect.
And for that reason, you can make a slow move. You mentioned Queen A6. Bishop B4 also comes to mind, slicing off the only escape route for Black's king. And Fabi makes a move kind of like that. He moves his queen up to B5.
He wants bishop B4 and queen C5.
Oh, there's a mate on F8.
Yeah, that's what he's going for. Actually, what does
Arjun
Black do?
Take on C6, but then what? Because you
rook
can't even play F6 because if rook takes E6, exploiting the pin on the queen.
Oh, this is over. This is a demolition. Rook C6, rook C6. Keep the queens on the board. The Black king is getting mated.
Wow. Apparently, the only move is rook G1.
Oh, come on.
But then Black could even grab on E6 and get a pawn up endgame. That's totally winning.
Right. Rook E6, queen D7, rook G1, and that's done. So this is over. Completely over. Black doesn't have a move here.
Holy smokes. Look at that preparation from Fabi.
It's funny because I feel like Arjun was avoiding that with the white pieces, right? He was like playing these sort of offbeat lines, quiet variations. And then with Black, this opening is literally called the Slav defense, quiet, shallow defense, right? So like it didn't stay quiet for long and Fabi just blew him off the board.
And Arjun's strategy just seems reversed. I mean, you're absolutely right. Normally you avoid stuff with the black pieces. You play E4, G6, you play KG stuff. Arjun's trying to play that KG stuff with the white pieces. It's not working out. Now he's going for a main line of the black pieces. That's not working out either. Fabi looks like a new man in these last 3 games, excluding that very unfortunate moment in the last 5-minute game.
Right. And look at that move, rook E2.
C5.
The rook is hanging, but you lose your rook on C6. Don't take that. Bishop C5 is a great move because the next move is E6 for white. E6 is about to crush Black, win all the material. So Bishop C5, even though your queen wanted to go there, we were just talking about it, Bishop C5, now that things have changed a little bit, is precise, and Fabi is as precise as ever.
Last-ditch effort by Arjun to whip up some counterplay. I think you could even play Bishop takes D4 at an absolute minimum, and he does. And E6 is still coming.
It is indeed. So King F8 runs away. You can take on E2, but then after the Queen 66, the white king's a little exposed. So he's keeping the status quo. And now the queen's defended on B5. It means the rook is free to move. This is just rook D6. I think just wins the spot.
But moves like A4, those are the kinds of moves that we take for granted from these guys. And they find them like 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. Goodbye.
Wow. And now it's a 1-point match all of a sudden. We entered the 3+1 with a 3-game lead for Arjun. It's down to 1. And I believe chat actually predicted that Arjun would win this time segment. And I'm sure they were biased by the fact that he was leading the match overall. But the chat said Arjun would take this time segment. Fabiano says not so fast.
Yeah, no. And Arjun goes for another offbeat line, this time the Jabava London. And H4 is actually pretty standard fare in these types of positions. You're trying to take this sting out of knight H5, but you're also trying to expand on the king side using the fact that you have not castled yet. And normally, Robert, you don't want to go C5. You want to go C6 first, chase the knight away, and then play C5. That's the way that most people recommend playing this position. Fabi goes for the immediate C5. Now the problem is, how are you going to get this knight off of this excellent B5 square?
Yeah, that's why you want to kick it to begin with. I'm with you there. He just is going to develop. One of the big problems, though, is this knight on b5, you're not going to capture it. And so what is the actual plan for Black? I believe there's an idea with knight b8 here. If I might be mistaken, but just bring the knight towards c6. Maybe knight b4 is just smart. He does that. Okay, that's way more active. But the knight is coming to c6 was my ultimate point.
And it seems to me, again, maybe I'm making conclusions too quickly, that Fabio started to trust his instincts a little bit more. I mean, this is the kind of move that he might have spent a minute on, 90 seconds on in the 5-minute portion. Now, obviously, the time control has reduced, but he's playing a lot faster. And there's just this pizzazz, this energy to his play in the early going that I think bodes very well for his chances. Speaking of energy, G4 by Arjun. But can he sustain this?
I'm not sure because knight c3, you just take on d4. After e takes d4, the c2 pawn will be an eventual target. Black doesn't have any weaknesses, and there's no actual attack. It's not like white has a bishop on the or on the b1 h7 diagonal, I should say, going for the black king. The knight on b4 stops the bishop from ever getting to d3. So I feel like this is just all smoke and mirrors, and Fabiano should be happy about his position as he tries to win his third straight game in this time segment.
And Arjun once again settling into a deep think. I mean, knight c3, not where you want the knight to be. You want that c pawn to move to c3. That knight on b4 now resembles white's knight on b5. And black is the one who has a serious attack on the queen's side. Except you want to be very careful about moving your queen away and allowing g5.
But this is like the best Caruana you could ever ask for. Like this looks like those lines in the Caruana. Instead of the bishop being chased to g6, it's actually safe at home. And now knight d7. When you have the initiative, let's trade off some pieces. h4 is under attack. g5 is played aside. f6. There is a king in the center. So once again, Fabi can make this f6 move and open the position up.
I mean, white is rumbling forward, but he's got zero foundation here. I mean, white literally does not have a single thing going for him positionally. And these pawns are like the definition of a paper tiger.
And I think f6 still is good.
That bishop money does such a good job of controlling h5.
Very important, because otherwise bishop takes h7 would be a sacrifice. But f6, just swap on f6 if you want, and it doesn't matter if the g file is open. He instead goes for the queen side. How could you blame him? Fabi, he's a new man right now.
No, he totally is. I mean, you could just sense it in his play. Now, he's not threatening queen takes d4, obviously.
He is.
Bishop. Oh, no. He is! You just made me eat my words. That's amazing. Let me show this on the board. I jumped to conclusions here, but yes, he is because of knight takes c2. Great catch. And you win the queen back. You're up a piece. That's easy to miss.
It certainly is. And I was going through the same calculation as you were. And I was like, oh, queen d. Wait a second.
But you didn't stop calculating.
No, I was just stopped myself before queen d4.
Oh, he missed it as well.
And look at how quickly Fabi plays it. You could tell
that was my fault.
He's a completely new player right now. Like
Arjun's but I trusted Daniel. I shouldn't have.
But look at this. Have you ever seen Arjun react like that? I literally never have.
No, because he never blunders like this.
But something is broken in his play, and you get this timeout, this break. 30 minutes through this 3+1. We still have 15 minutes to go. And right now, Arjun is dropping all of his pawns in this game. Queen takes e5 trades the queens off. There's not even an attack. Fabiano Caruana is about to win his third straight game. And for full disclosure, Anish Giri was messaging me about this match. Oh, the higher seed in trouble. Well, Fabiano didn't get to read that message, but right now he's saying, oh, what trouble is that?
And I'm always so impressed when players are able to make these drastic adjustments mid-match. And it's just so clear that Fabi did some self-coaching in that break between the 5 and 3 minute portions. He told himself something, and now he looks like the Fabiano Caruana we all know and remember. Bang goes the dynamite, a 26-move victory, and the match is tied at 6 apiece.
And we have another French, which, pardon my French, I just don't think it's a very good idea against Fabiano Caruana. And with the break that they had to study the openings, to change their repertoire, we see a different dynamic, right? There were those double C pawns for Fabi in the previous French game. Now he's just throwing his pawns forward, developing, and this is standard fare. I think Wonder Liang played this in the U.S. Championship. He had the black side disposition against Ray Robson, and it was a really interesting battle. But I do think that Fabian has a tremendously successful history in the French.
Yeah, and Fabi just loves these closed positions where there's a lot of pawn play, a lot of maneuvering play. He drops his knight back to h2, not mincing his words. He wants to ram this f-pawn up the board. And I always feel, Robert, that white's play, if you're reasoning objectively, exceeds black's play on the queen side. I never quite understand how black wants to make stuff actually happen on the queen side. Yeah, you can play bishop a4, knight b3, but I feel like white's a lot more solid. And after queen h5, isn't white already better?
I like white's position.
I guess bishop e8.
Oh, because you have f5 or something. That's very important. So F5 is what black had in store. That's what queen H4 was played. And even though the eval bar seems to like black, it's one of these positions where if you don't make the next 3 moves accurately, white has a very obvious plan. Knight D2 to F3, win the H6 pawn with Knight G4, things like that. I mean, Knight G4 right now looks very good as well. So you need to be careful for both sides. And okay, Rook G6. I like just the defensive posture from Arjun.
I like it a lot. Defending H6, and I think Knight F6 is going to be met with Bishop to E7, and White might have bitten off more than he can chew on the king side. I think the queen is just not enough of a piece to protect everything and manage the king side attack, but we will see. I guess technically it is a king side attack, even though White's the only king that's sitting there.
Well, I like Bishop G4 to H5 at some moment. Here, black can go Knight B3 takes C1, and it's sort of a long-term situation where black's position is better. You see the evaluation bar. We're not going to argue with it, but it's not clear how to proceed even after the knight take that bishop on C1. If you don't take the bishop on C1, the white's next moves will be bishop F4, rook moves, bishop G4 to H5, things like that.
But the problem is that without the dark squared bishop, it is now virtually impossible for white to make any progress on his side of the board. I mean, that bishop is an integral part of white's attack. It pressures H6. It allows white to access the weak squares on black's king side. Now, I think Arjun, his hands are free. He can go bishop B3 and knight A4. And if the B2 pawn falls, then white's position collapses like a house of cards.
Oh, this is not looking good right now. So Arjun playing great defense. And now bishop F6, E6, rook F6. That's 2 pawns advantage. But watch out for knight E5. You often want to vacate that square. It is a thematic idea. And F4, F5 is available for white. The rook on F6 is kind of trapped, Danya. So queen H4, if you're not paying attention, could even win that rook in some positions. This is a dicey situation. And I do like how Arjun has played this far. But here is a critical moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure he should have grabbed that pawn. He's got to react accurately, and he moves his queen into E7, continuing to adopt that defensive posture, but queen H4 pins the rook. Okay, rook E8 defends the queen. That rook is still gasping for breath, though.
And I think F4 makes perfect sense here, and Fabi plays it.
Played it.
And F5 is a pretty substantial threat, I feel.
If I didn't know what the eval bar said, I would have suggested that white is probably better here.
Well, he plays F5, and what's actually the move here? Because knight takes E5, simply D takes E5, and your rook is trapped.
Oh, the rook is fully trapped. You're going to have to give up an exchange and allow the queen trade.
You know what I forgot about? There's a bishop on A4. What? I thought that D7 was just going to be lost. But like, you can actually take on F5 because the bishop on A4 covers that knight on D7.
It's totally irrelevant. But maybe not totally irrelevant. It's like Ben Simmons. All it really does is defend.
Okay, you and I have been texting about Ben Simmons. He's doing a lot better right now. Give the guy a little bit of a break.
All right.
King D8.
Whoa, that walks the king right into the crossfire, doesn't it?
Oh, this looks Arjun's very scary.
Arjun's not himself right now.
No, he is not. I mean, this king is just in danger. The rook is still trapped. Knight, what? D5?
He's going to give up the exchange. Is he going to throw in a check on C5? No, he's just going to give up the rook.
So bishop F5 here and just take.
Ugh. Just total collapse here for Arjun. But amazing play by Fabi. F4 and F5. Playing patiently when he has to be patient. Decisively when he has to be decisive. Can he convert this into the full point?
And even that move right there, king F2, that's like ultra precision. Because if you went rook H5, there's rook G8 to G6, things like that. So king F2 first. If rook G8, there's rook G1. Let's trade off those rooks. So great play, even in a winning position. They often say, right, the hardest positions to win are one positions. But Fabi's going to go king E3. He's going to go rook G1. He's going to go king D4. He's going to protect everything and then just make progress.
Yeah, I mean, this is so hard to defend in the long run. You might survive for 10, 15 moves here, but eventually White's going to find some way to break through. I think the rook's landing on G5, the king's moving into D4, and something's going to give here. Something's got to give.
Rook G5 looks great. Just protect E5 and attack H5. Bring that king right into D4. Rook D6 is available as well. No, something is really wrong for Arjun, and it was the first time he was so demonstrative. And his play is super shaky right now.
I think all started with that English game. That was the game when his play style started to change. He got crushed. He wins the next game, but his play has not improved since then. Rook E6 obviously Well, actually, maybe it's not obvious. No, I was going to say don't take on e6, but he does. But b6.
Okay, king.
Now king c5. Gosh, this is really sloppy.
And just how do you win this position? So I didn't like.
No, but now you move the rook away.
But I didn't like rook takes e6 to begin with. I felt like he could have just went king d4 directly, and black could have.
Yeah. What was the point of taking? And in fact, you heard what I started to say, Robert. I was like, obviously you don't take on e6 here.
Yeah.
And precisely at that moment, he took the rook. But can you blame me for thinking that move is unlikely?
No, it was unlikely, and it actually might allow a draw here. Bishop f5 to g6. Like the bishop can just close down the open files from that rook.
Now, wait a second. Maybe there's an idea of sacking on f5 because white will be a pawn down there, but it'll be just a doubled h pawn. I think white should maybe play a4 to prevent b5 and then rook f1.
But at b5, there's maybe king d4 back at some moment. There could be a Zugzwang.
That's true. And he's played a4.
a4.
Back to d4.
Yeah, he's going to go king d4. There's going to be a Zugzwang.
Yeah, he's going to win. King
c6, rook f1.
Bishop f5.
And then you just
there's the Zugzwang.
Yeah, there's a Zugzwang. Exactly.
Wow.
Take that thing, and then this is.
And then what?
He's thinking. He only has 14 seconds. He leaves it. Wow, you don't even have to take it. Bishop f5.
Rook b2.
Oh, new open file. That's huge.
But still, Arjun holding on bishop f5, but you cannot take on a5.
Oh, this is now very easy.
Yeah. Just take everything. Oh.
Wow. Fabiano Caruana has won 4 straight games. He could hardly believe it himself. And Arjun Erigaisi, he is the white pieces. It's a Petrov. Okay. Fabiano Caruana in his tried and true opening, his bread and butter, the opening he used for many years against Magnus Carlsen and others. And now we see that we have a calm position once again. But what do you think, Donnie? Does Arjun just want to make a draw here to stop the losing streak?
He needs that break. He needs that halftime break. There is a break after 30 minutes of the 3-minute portion. He needs it. He needs a deep breath. Arjun never loses 4 in a row. He never tilts like this. And all credit, of course, to Fabi, who is playing amazing. But look at what Fabi's doing. He's playing as solid as he possibly can. That is exactly what you want to do when you're playing a tilted opponent, because they're going to make the mistakes. You don't actually need to do all that much if you're in Fabi's shoes right now.
And the best thing that top players do is, even when it looks like a draw, we see Magnus Carlsen do this for so many years, they still keep a little something there to play for more. And I think knight d5 here for Fabiano, there's a knight landing on f4. Next move, this is starting to look really good for black.
The way he's positioned his bishops is so impressive. Instead, he plays a tamer move. He plays h6. No, knight d5 was begging to be played.
I think he's happy with the score right now. And he's like, I have the black pieces. Let's just take it easy, make a draw. The classical approach. But I think he missed a chance there.
But actually, I think white still might be a little bit worse. That bishop on h2 is totally out of commission. Normally in the Petrov, the pawn is on d5. Here it's on d6. Okay, now it's on d5.
Whoa, hated that move.
Yeah,
I did not like
up
d5.
The bishop.
I did not like the trade and opening that bishop. That seemed completely unnecessary here.
And now queen g3. I guess the a4 pawn is also hanging.
So is he just going to play c6 and then go rook e8 and rook c8? He wants c5. Not c6. He wants c5. And queen a4. You can't take on d5 as queen d1 check. But maybe after queen a4, there's bishop g7.
And then maybe an intermezzo check on d1.
Ooh, very good.
I think Fabi just wants a draw here.
And is he getting it? That's the big question. So don't take on e2 because a6 is hanging, and then you go down a pawn.
He missed.
He missed it, but he still has king g7 because rook e8, queen takes d5. There's queen e1 check takes f2. So he has everything under control.
Yep, and that's precisely what's going to happen.
Oh, but g5 is hanging as well. So maybe I was wrong about the control.
As is b2, as is c7. So white's going to emerge a pawn up.
Right.
Oh, this is a big missed up. I mean, if Fabi had gone knight d5 there, I don't think he would have lost the game. Now, he's suddenly on the cusp of losing. That passed d pawn is just going to rumble up the board. Can black garner some sort of perpetual check? Maybe a g4 at a timely moment? I don't know.
And this is exactly what Arjun needed, because even if he doesn't win this game, he feels like he can be the stronger player. He can have the advantage. So Fabiano makes mistakes. He just showed you that in this game. So for Arjun, You need to not even win this game, but just find your belief in yourself.
Yeah, you need to stop the bleeding because a 5-game winning streak is just going to enter crazy territory. That's a Mick adoption. Queen takes d7. It's safe to say Arjun is not going to lose this game. But
No,
can he drive that d pawn home?
So the problem is if your pawn goes to d6, that covers the diagonal. Your queen is very importantly covering the f4 square and all these checks. So d5, d6 looks very nice, but d5 is about queen d2, and then d6, there's queen f4 check with the immediate draw.
And one way you can lose the game is after d5, queen d2. If you drop your queen back to e5, you have to reckon with the queen trade on f4, and Black's king is better placed. So maybe White can establish the protected passer there, but that needs to be calculated very carefully.
For sure. And this looks like it's one of these situations done. If this were a classical game and then you make a draw, you're kind of like, I had some chances just to put more pressure on my opponent. But for Arjun, I think the key thing here is he's never worse in this game. I mean, there was that moment with knight d5 that we talked about. It was just kind of a flash in the pan. But here he has everything under control. So at least that will feel good for him as they head to the halfway break.
Yeah, he just needs a little bit more confidence, a feeling that he can dictate the course of the game, as you're saying. And I think the accurate move here for Fabi is queen to d4. You have to prevent White's queen from dropping back to e5, and he is not about to give Arjun another opportunity at this game.
Great move. And White would love to play the move a5 here. And after b takes a5, c5, and he goes for a5, but the d5 pawn is loose. So I think what's the idea after ba?
Yeah, scary as it looks to allow connected passers, it's not all that dangerous. And wait a second, king e8, and if c5, queen f4 wins for Black.
Oh my goodness.
The pawn's remote.
But he can just take on a6 and allow the immediate draw. I think that you have to do that. just go, queen takes a6, queen f4, queen c1. They make a draw in that way, but do not blunder queen f4 check.
And do not just try to play some random move to keep the game going. You cannot afford to lose another game right now, and you've got to take the wise route, as unpleasant as it is to give up another White game. You called it. Stabilize, make the draw, go to the break. You're only down a point if you're Arjun.
Right, and he was getting blanked in this time control. So even the draw will be important for his confidence. And for Fabiano, I mean, what a comeback it's been. Down 3 points, they're losing. He lost on time. He lost in time in the final 5-minute game, and yet he came out blazing hot in this time.
I can't believe he was down 3 points 30 minutes ago.
Wow. Yeah, it feels like forever at this point.
Don't take f7.
No.
Don't even think about it. Okay, it's a perpetual check. And there it is. Okay.
And it is break time for these players. So they are going to leave, work on some of their openings, just get some fresh legs and fresh eyes. But now, I can't believe we're saying this, Danya. It is a 1-point lead for Fabiano Caruana as Arjun Erigaisi leaves his room and gets refreshments.
I mean, it's just been 2 completely different matches. I mean, match 1 ended with about 15 minutes left in the 5-minute portion. And then match 2 began. And Fabi is, the best phrase to use, a new man. He's confident. He's trusting his instinct. He's getting better positions with both colors. Arjun needs a 180. I think he needs to play more principled fashion with White and maybe play more cagely with Black rather than with White, as I said earlier. I'm excited to see what changes Arjun is going to bring to the table in this second half of the 3-minute portion.
Well, we will find out after this short break here at the Speed Chess Championship, brought to you by Chess.com. But for now, just take a step back and relax and continue enjoying the show when we return in just a few.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under-promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under-promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under-promote to a bishop. Under-promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on chess.com.
And we are back here at the Speed Chess Championship. It is the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. We are halfway through. It is a close one. And Danya, it's been a really fun match thus far. And there's a lot of prize money at stake between these two players.
There most certainly is. You can see the distribution on the table in front of you. I mean, these are mouth-watering totals for a grand total of 100 Gs. That's the total prize pool. As if the players need any more motivation to go after each other.
They certainly do not in these blitz and bullet time controls. They just have a good time with it. And we are about to get back into the 3+1 time control. And Danya, something that I mentioned earlier, that sometimes in this format, players are not used to 5+1. So they take a little bit too much time here. Then they go too quickly at other points. I feel like Fabi has found his form in the 3+1, and he won a title Tuesday recently in this exact time control. It's something he's more accustomed to, and maybe that's just what he needed. It was like a bolt, and he is right back in this match, and in fact has the lead.
He has the lead. He has the white pieces. And let's see what adjustments Arjun has made in these last 4 minutes. A very tame system by Fabi, getting the bishop out to d2. And he might be castling queenside. I am actually familiar. No, he goes rook d1. Almost queenside castle. But instead, he plays very positionally here.
I believed you. It reminded me of like a Cambridge Springs, except the bishop's on d2 rather than out on g5. But either way, it's a solid setup start to this game. And for Arjun, do you play b6, bishop b7, and c5?
I think so. More like an Oxford Winters. It's my first one of the day, so gosh. I've held out for over an hour.
That really hurt me, just for the record. That one hurt my soul.
Good.
This is interesting because the eval bar says better for black, Danya, but I think we'd both agree that the move c6 to c5 is what this entire position is about.
Yeah, I mean, it is only a question of when you play the move. White could try to restrict it with b2, b4, but even that doesn't fully prevent c5. Instead, Arjun, he starts by building up his kingside play, establishing the 984. The last thing you want to do, if you're Fabiano, is play bishop takes c4. That is just verboten in these types of positions.
Not happening. Certainly not with fe4 happening and just opening the position for black's pieces. So queen a4. I feel like a5 is automatic, and I was going to suggest rook takes c6 until I realized the rook's on d1, not on c1.
And Fabi poking and prodding. Bishop takes a5 is sort of a threat. I think it actually is a threat.
What a weird threat.
I know. But the queen doesn't get trapped there. It can escape via c6 or even a6.
I was looking at the diagonal of a2 to g8, and you're like, bishop takes a5 is a threat. He goes rook a8, so he sees it, takes it just like you.
He takes it very seriously, actually. I mean, he dedicates an entire rook to stopping the threat.
No, I like black's position. I mean, the knight on e4 is the most advanced piece on the board, but what is the break? Where is black going from here? c5 is always giving up the b5 square and making d5 loose. He plays g6. I like the patience from Arjun. I'm still just waiting for that next plan.
And Fabi is also waiting for that next plan. I don't think Fabi is seriously considering the move b3. I think he's just sort of playing that, posturing game where he's setting himself up in case the position opens up. Arjun's still making improving moves. Knight df6. Of course, the drawback is that you yield the e5 square. But if white puts the knight on e5 prematurely, then black can take on c3, take on e5, and he does play b3. Are you as surprised as I am?
You were just calling it, and he plays.
There's no way.
I'm not sure I like it because with b5 at the end of the sequence, as you were indicating, the bishop on b7 looks bad, but as you've said many times, a bad bishop defends good pawns, and the a3 pawn is a terrible one. And now it's gone.
That pawn is not long for this board. He has just eliminated it, and you cannot take on b6 here. That drops the bishop on c3. Fabi is just flat out down a pawn here, and I don't think he's got too much to show for it.
Yeah, it looks like he just blundered, if we're being honest. And good play thus far by Arjun. A really nice second half to begin this time control. I mean, he needs to feel the momentum. He needs to believe in himself. And right now he's outplaying Fabiano Caruana.
And that last game was actually a very important one. That stable draw that he made from a position of strength, I think you called it. It wasn't a result that would satisfy him in the moment, but it convinced him that no, he's not going to lose every game in the 3-minute portion. Yes, he can still call the shots against Fabi, and that's exactly what he's doing in this game. But can he capitalize on this opportunity? He's up a pawn. Bishop takes c4 has been played. And Fabi does have certain assets in this position, Robert. I mean, black's king isn't feeling too comfortable. The queenside pawns are still weak. So one mistake could turn this around immediately.
Right. I mean, look at the king on g8, the bishop on a1. At some point, dc5 is in the air, but queen c7. A nice move. Saying no d takes c5 for you. The e5 knight needs the defense. And rook b1. Rook a8 looks like the choice for Arjun. Go to the open file, attack the bishop on a1.
Yep. And rook a8 indirectly defending the b6 pawn. In the event of queen takes b6, take, rook takes a1 is a check. And knight e2 by Fabi, dragging his knight over potentially to f4, maybe also to c3 and b5. I really like the way Fabi's handling this very difficult situation.
And c4, committal choice from Arjun. What he wants to do is protect b6, which is defend tactically, but he would love to play b5 to b4. That's easier said than done. But if he's able to accomplish that, he's immediately winning.
He is indeed. And of course, Fabi, he holds Arjun in the highest possible regard. I mean, these players respect each other. We remind you that in his podcast episode recently, Fabi picked Erigaisi as perhaps the most talented junior, saying that his chess is incredible. And Arjun has shown that here. I mean, outplaying Fabi like he's managed to do thus far has been nothing short of amazing. But that 4-point comeback by Fabiano Caruana has turned this match on its head. And yet, a big opportunity here for Arjun Erigaisi to strike back and tie the match. Bishop c6 is on the board. Arjun trying to shove that pawn down to b4. And I think Fabi's running out of resources here, Robert.
Yeah, he looks like he's getting away with it. B5, B4 looks borderline unstoppable. Arjun down to 40 seconds. That's the one thing I have as a concern. And Bishop E8, that looks like the prudent choice because you need the queen defending the rook on E5. Bishop B4.
I don't know about that. That gives up a lot of the dark squares. That's going to make it really hard for black to shove that pawn down to B4.
And it's just a good illustration. The bishop pair is strong, but having just a lone bishop, not always great. So rook takes b4 was available. Instead, he goes queen e1. Now the bishop's hanging, so he goes back to d6.
Yeah.
A little shaky from Arjun right here.
And what I would not repeat with Fabian. That's exactly what I was going to say. Knight e2, excellent positional move. He's going to move his bishop back up to c3 and create that massive blockade on the dark squares. So he's going to say, hey, Arjun, you're up a pawn. That's great. How are you ever going to get this pawn at b4?
And here come the knights. Then I can go to e6 into c5, for example, because if you ever take the knight on c5, you open up the long diagonal. So h3, calm play from Fabi.
Queen e7. Arjun still trying to prepare b4, doing what he can.
And rook b8 probably next. How is Fabi going to stop that?
Rook a4 is also a big threat, I think.
Ooh, even better.
Oh, I think rook a4 just wins.
And he found
Bishop
it.
a5 might have been the only chance there.
Just to stop the rook from getting to a4. Good point.
Yep. Now everything is in place. b4 is happening on the next move. Valiant defense by Fabi, but I think it's coming to an end.
Rook a4, bishop a4, the b4 square is still defended. Whoa, queen a2. Okay. He wants queen a8 check if the bishop moves.
The problem is that the queen's going to block that check. He just goes queen e8. Can you play? No, bishop
b4
yes.
No, bishop b4 was good. The best try, I think.
Oh, and then knight takes c4. Wow.
Exactly.
Now it's the opportunity train has sailed. The ship has sailed.
Oh, c3. You can just keep pushing the pawn. c2.
Still trying. Bishop d2. He's still going to blockade those squares.
Oh, and a4's hanging now. Oh, that dive is open. That's a bit
Bishop
scary.
c3. He stops b2.
And bishop
7
b2 is
seconds
important.
for Arjun.
Bishop b2 now. Just bring the bishop back. Covering.
Oh my God.
Pawns. Knight moves
g4. Bishop h8 is on deck.
Queen a3 is available as well.
Yep, infiltrating, stopping c1.
Oh my gosh. Queen a4?
How is Fabi doing this? Queen takes b3. You can take that pawn and then take on d5 with check. Oh, he misses h5.
No, his king's way too open now. So Arjun, he's fighting tooth and nail. He gets the g4
queen e2.
pawn.
Queen e2 is over.
Nicely done. Queen f3.
King g5, still trying.
Where's the mate?
Where is the mate? He's got 4 seconds to find it.
E4. Oh, e4 is a good try.
3 seconds.
King h6 maybe? Just run away.
Queen takes g4, but that might be a draw.
Oh my gosh. Queen
oh my
h7
God.
check. King
h7.
G5. He takes the pawn.
I don't see the mate. I don't
don't either. Just king.
This is unbelievable.
King g5 back.
He's got no time. Bishop f6. I mean, black could lose this if you allow a check on a7.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
And neither player can look at Arjun. He didn't know it was a 3-time repetition, and he is mad. And that is the second time in the match we've seen Arjun react, and he is in disbelief because he had that game in the bag.
That is probably the most ridiculous comeback of this match, and we've had quite a few at this point.
We kind of thought the game was over, right? Those pawns were rolling.
I mean, it was.
It looked completely devastating, and then he opened up the long diagonal. When he took that knight on c5 down here, that gave Fabi the chances he needed to go after the black king.
And that honestly was the big mistake. He did have mate later on in the game, but at that point, you can't really blame him for missing a computer move with 3 seconds left.
Right. No,
the mistake was allowing the activity.
Exactly. Like once the diagonals opened up, you already felt like he was losing the thread. He missed some kind of checkmate or some win there, but it was with 2 seconds on the clock. So right now, we're in this game here. Now, this h4 ideas, they work in some positions. There are some ideas with knight takes f6, bishop h7, knight g5, going for the attack. But if it doesn't lead to some sort of big threat, then you may start regretting putting your pawn out there.
Yeah, I mean, it really commits the king to a solitary life in the center. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I certainly am. Knight f6 and
Guess who's not thinking that? Arjun.
Let me bring up an analysis board there.
Oh, yeah,
because
for
I'm
sure.
Pretty sure that was what was available to him.
Bang, bang, and a souped-up Greek gift sacrifice. That pawn on h4 is so important because after knight g5, taking is unthinkable, opening up the h-file. And in every other way, this functions as a classic Greek gifter.
The EVA bar is an even, so maybe there's some draw there. And perhaps Arjun knows the line well enough and Fabi calculated it. So I was reacting because I really thought it was there, but the players, they are not so bothered.
Apparently, after queen h5, the simple bishop a6, of course, who wouldn't see this move, allowing queen takes f7 check and allowing a perpetual. Apparently, that bishop on f6 guards g7, so white doesn't have anything more than a perpetual. But anyways.
Was bishop a6 the only move in that position?
I think it might be. Let's check. Yes, it is.
That is absurd. That is so ridiculous.
Well, because white threatens queen takes f7 and just queen takes b7.
Yeah, but there's so many different moves, right, that just seem reasonable, like queen d7 and stuff like that. But bishop d6, I knew you were about to say that, but it just so.
And then queen e8.
Okay,
I'm sorry to cut you off, Robert.
No, I'm done. No, I'm glad you did because
get out of here.
It's too absurd. The game that we're seeing right now is also absurd. There's
it's
a rook
going off
H3,
the rails.
You know, a rook lift that's not going anywhere. You need knight h5, rook g3, things like that, or h5, knight h4, knight g6. So I feel like Arjun has chances here. He needs to capitalize. He needs to make the most of them.
It's like when I visited this haunted house called the Winchester House in San Jose, California. You would walk into an elevator or a door and it would lead absolutely nowhere. You'd just be staring at a closed shaft. That's like that rook on h3. Highly recommended, by the way, if you're a fan of haunted places and you find yourself in the Bay Area. Anyways, a3. No, White's position, Robert, is on the cusp of falling apart. If Fabi can find a chance to squeeze through e5, there will be hell to pay on the third rank.
For sure. And queen c2, lining up against the f5 pawn. Maybe there's d5 to be on the lookout for. So maybe black should play d5. Like just take it out of White's hands. But it's a knight e7, opening the bishop on b7.
Yep. Bishop on b7 is open. Bishop takes f3 has to be considered. But for White's perspective, maybe it's time to preemptively strike with d5. And he does.
Mm-hmm. So what's going on after e takes d5, knight f5, bishop f5? It's starting to look complicated with the tension in the position. But there might also be a knight e4 move right here.
And there was bishop g6. That cuts off the queen and the bishop battery. I have no idea who even has the initiative here. Don't even ask me for an evaluation.
Can they both have the initiative? It's just
I think they both do.
Both players with knight d4 protecting the bishop. Rook f3 at some point is going to be quite annoying to deal with. Oh gosh, this is hard to calculate.
F3. D takes c4, pawn captured, rook f3 played, bishop h7 threatened. That's all I can tell you. All I can tell you is that there's a threat.
Queen h5 here. Yeah, I'm stopping your threat while attacking your pawn on h4.
Yeah. 57 seconds for Fabi. I mean, I could see myself thinking for 30 minutes in this position.
I have no idea what to do after queen h5. So it plays it.
Maybe rook f4?
Is queen takes h4? It is a threat because you have queen h1. But your rook f4 move just attacks e4 and forces d5. But d5 is a useful looking move anyway.
Yeah, but king g1. He's taking the sting out of the move queen takes h4. I think now he wants black to play queen takes h4. Then rook f4 forks the queen and the knight. No, I think white's better. Practically
so d5
speaking.
Right now? Okay, it's king h8 running to the corner.
Okay.
This position is giving me a headache, if I'm being honest. So tricky.
Yeah, where's the Advil? I mean, this is crazy. Maybe rook e1? But that walks the rook right into the crosshairs of the black rook.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7. Our reaction is always the same. We just say the move in like a surprise tone.
I was looking at 6 different moves, and bishop d7 wasn't one of them. Rook e5. Do you remember Fabi played a rook e5 earlier in the match when he had that attack? He ended up losing that game, but it was a useful move regardless.
Yeah, I totally remember that.
It was like the queen d6, queen g3 game where he had the attack and Arjun took on a5. Anyway, neither here nor there.
God, I'm
Too
getting
many
old.
games.
I just turned 27.
Exchange sacrifice from black there. Right now, it's a knight and a pawn for a rook, but that bishop on f8 is about to go to
sacking it back. I was going to say
gosh.
that seemed tempting.
So rook d7 is about to hurt.
Big threat. You can't really prevent it. I mean, you can't play bishop c6, and he does.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take on c4. That rook on d1 is going to be hanging. Easy to miss.
And h4 is hanging as well.
You also don't want to go g4. That reopens the bishop and allows queen takes h4.
Yeah, that's off the table, as is g3 because of queen f3. 18 seconds for Arjun. He's down the clock just like Fabi. He needs to find a move here.
What's crazy is how black's bishops are controlling all of the key squares on the d file, and now they're attacking as well.
Yeah, h4 is hanging for real
Oh my
this time.
gosh. Bishop e3, trying to douse the flames of the initiative with a trade.
Bishop e4. Bishop e4. The queen cannot take it.
Oh, that was a great move. Instead, he hits the bishop, but the bishop drops back and takes the pawn. In comes the queen.
Uh-oh, g2 is threatened.
In comes the rook.
Rook f6. What's the follow-up for
Bishop
black?
takes g2? No, f6 was
rook
hanging with check.
Rook h6, king g7. He's just saying, I'm one check, not a big deal, running away.
Rook h8, attacking h4. There's a check on d7. The king is driven out into the wilderness.
It's mate. Queen d6 is mate.
Goodbye.
Queen d6,
d6 rook g7, rook queen g6. 6.
Oh. Oh, Donna, you spoke too quickly for your own good there.
I apologize. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, what square was that, just for the record?
That's how one commentator lost his job. Don't you dig me further into this hole. I'm already deep in the hole. Oh God.
I just want to know where that queen was going to. So
oh my goodness. What a game. What a ridiculous. Can you believe that was one game? Like that entire thing was just one game.
Yeah, and we have an even match, which I also can't believe considering the back and forth nature of this one.
Sorry.
Woo! Anywho, we are in
deep breaths.
IQP position. This pawn on d4 does not have a friend in a file next to it. D5 is something that white wants to get in. I feel like this is a terrible choice from Fabian.
Yeah, Fabi just waltzing himself into just a bad position with white.
Yeah, I always hate having the isolated queen pawn. I feel much more comfortable playing against it. You just control the d5 square. Like right now, knight d5, start trading everything. But Fabi does have great experience in these structures, so he knows what he's doing.
And of course, you can consider how active white's pieces are in the center. That cannot be sneezed at. I mean, bishop d3, queen g3. White's got all sorts of attacking ideas, but as long as black maintains the blockade on the d5 square, with every piece that's traded, the luster of white's initiative gets diminished further and further, and the significance of black's long-term advantages increases.
For sure. I mean, look at what Arjun's doing. He's just planting his knight on c4. Let's trade. And if you trade all of the minors in c4, then a queen d5 will eventually happen. So look at this. Bishop takes c4. Typically, you see people trade knight for knight. But Fabiano understands the dynamics here. He needs to keep some activity. And knight on e5 is a well-positioned piece. The bishop on the light squares was doing nothing.
And they can also be used kind of as a chisel. You can drop it back to g4 and replace the knight with a bishop. There's obviously mate threats galore, and black can push the pawn up to f6 at the right moment. I wouldn't do it immediately, but it can be done if you're desperate to cover the dark squares.
For sure. And look at this, a trade of bishops is offered here. Will Fabiano retreat his bishop? I don't think so, because bishop g3, there was c3 for black. So he goes queen g4, saying, let's trade on my terms, get my queen active, and watch out for queen h6 at some point, h4, h5, things of that nature.
Knight g4, knight f6, and c3 comes to mind to open up the queen side. I'm not sure entirely who that favors. I would imagine that it favors black with that monster bishop sitting on d5, but Arjun probably investing some time, making sure that he doesn't get mated on the king side.
So he plays rook b8, just going after the b2 pawn first. And something to note is the queen on d8 is stuck defending the d7 square for a while, because knight d7 would be a fork. Easy to forget about that.
Rook to d2, defending b2. Maybe the black rook can sneak into b3. Not sure what that does exactly, just a cool-looking move.
Well, he plays it. I think that h4 is what I would look at. He goes rook e3 instead, just trading off the active black rook.
Queen b6, so easy to blunder knight d7 in these types of positions. It's easy to remember it at one point and then forget about it when the rook moves away from b8.
For sure. So watch out for knight d7 ideas. And what else can you do? You don't want to really take on e3, I feel like. So he goes queen b8, so the knight is pinned.
Knight is pinned. And if white plays... Okay, also b2 is hanging. So we have a trade.
I feel like strategically, black's in huge trouble right now.
Really?
Right, because
of the dark squares on the king side.
exactly. Like right now, the bishop on d5 looks good, but even if the queens got traded, that knight could get to c5 at some moment. So I'm worried about the dark squares left and right. But then I'm realizing the pawn on b3 is so good that rook c8 to c2 is available for black at some moment as well. So it's a mixed bag.
The pawn is a huge long-term asset, and you're right. As long as the queens stay on the board, white should have good kingside chances. If the queens are off the board, then the battle transitions over to the queen side, and black's assets become more obvious. The bishop becomes a lot stronger in the endgame.
Right. So queen h6 does keep the queens on the board. The threat for black now is f6 to trade those queens after the knight has to retreat. So queen h6, he goes to queen e3, he retreats first. But here, rook c8 looks very good to me, threatening a back rank checkmate, eventually trying to play rook c2.
Ooh, that's not a good sign.
No, retreating
at all.
Backing it up.
Backing it up, and now you don't have access to that g4 square anymore. Black can finally breathe peacefully on the king side. There comes the rook.
What's the actual threat for black? How do you continue here if you got a few free moves?
How would I continue with black? Well, probably I'd put a queen on the c file, and then I'd sort of make a blank expression and throw my hands up.
I think queen c7 to c4 is where it's at, because then you threaten to trade on d2 and win the d4 pawn. So I think queen c7 is a good start, and king f2 is unavailable because h2 would be hanging.
Yeah, queen c4, let's partay, and f3 creates luft, but it also creates obviously weaknesses on the king side. Rook c1 and queen f1 could follow if the knight moves away from d3. And Arjun playing a more patient move, but I really liked your idea. I thought queen c7 should have been the first order of business for black.
You like my idea because it was your idea. You told me queen on the c file, so I said, hey, sounds good.
No, I like your idea because it was my idea, but it was ultimately your idea that it was my idea.
And rook f2 played. One thing to watch out for is if whatever takes on c2 and the king can get over there, it could be a losing endgame for black. So black has the initiative, black has good control, but if you just forget that rook takes c2 is available, then it can be an issue. So knight e1, let's trade on my terms, says Fabi. Please take me on f2. The king will take back.
And a hard decision to make. I like the idea of keeping the rooks on the board, also because of the clock situation. It's just so hard to contain black's queenside play with 30 seconds on the clock. But Fabi's doing a good job of it. He moves his knight back to d3. Obviously, he doesn't mind a repetition. There's no way Arjun's repeating here. No. Queen b6, maybe?
But knight c5? Oh, and then there's...
And then, e5, queen takes e5. The rook can cover the check.
We both were looking at the same square.
Yep.
And be careful if you're Arjun, because now without much time, the king safety, not clear in the dark squares. So 20 seconds for Arjun. Gotta go.
If Fabi can just find an opportunity to make some lift, I would just throw that h-pawn up to give yourself a square.
He goes to h3. I was looking at h4, but he's playing a little bit more cautiously. And now what?
Yeah. You don't want to go f4 and reopen the bishop.
No, I would hate that. He's losing d4, though.
95?
Rook d4, knight c6, rook d1 check.
Oh, and it's happening.
Oh, this is really bad news for Fabi. And you could see on his face.
Queen e5! Oh, and rook d1. It's over. He blundered that knight.
Arjun played such a nice queen e1.
God.
Everything
blundered all his pieces.
Fabi in time trouble. It rears its ugly head. And Arjun Erigaisi, talk about a comeback. He was up 3 points. He loses 4 games in a row. And now he has regained the lead. So great showing here. Great rebound by Arjun.
Honestly, just taking a moment to appreciate this match has been amazing. This is our first SCC match, and it bodes really well for this season. It's a 1-point match. We've got 6 minutes to play in the 3-minute portion. There's 30 minutes of bullet coming up, and Fabi has to improve his performance in these time scrambles.
He really does. I mean, when the seconds are dwindling, that's when he struggles the most. And look at this. Once again, Arjun playing h4, h5, throwing up the pawns. Yeah. It's been working out for him, so why not?
And he's doing it across several different openings.
Yeah. It's easy to forget that it's not just Jabala London or things like that. It's every single time he's at white in the last bunch of games, that pawn's going forward.
And notice that the last time they had this position, Fabi managed to squeeze his knight into b4. This might not seem significant. This time he goes back the other way through b8. Always have to be very careful about knight c7. But the point is that after knight takes d7, the rook would have an avenue of escape reopened.
He plays a6. He wants that knight to go back to a3. That's not a very good square for it. So now for Fabi, does he take on d4. These little decisions are very difficult. Like when to release the tension, when to keep it there. He just plays knight c6 instead, and the eval bar doesn't seem to like it.
And a similarly difficult decision from White's perspective, bishop takes e4 is tempting in such positions, especially because it carves out the c4 square for that a3 knight. You could take c4, take e4, take d7, and then plant the knight on c4. You're threatening a fork on b6. That might be a sort of easily prepackaged small advantage for Arjun. I think he's probably seriously contemplating it at this very moment.
He plays bishop takes e4. Goes. And look at Fabi. He pre-moved d takes e4. He wasn't calculating knight takes e5, intermezzo, things like that. He is trusting himself. Will that...
An endgame. It's still a pretty good pawn, but now its job is to clamp down on Black's potential pawn majority on the king side. And it's a crippled pawn majority because Black now has these doubled e-pawns. Fabi not rushing to recapture the c5 pawn. What do you make of that?
b4 would be the potential drawback of playing a move like this, but I don't think that White can get away with it. I think you're asking for trouble by keeping your pawn. So I do not believe that Arjun's going to play the move b4, but if he does play b4, I think rook d3 comes to mind, bishop f6, and c3 is in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I think White needs a couple more moves for b4 to become a serious possibility. Maybe just one more move, rook hd1. So this might be an opportune moment to snap that pawn off on c5. Fabi's also probably considering throwing in rook ad8, rook hd1. Hard to say who benefits in the event of a 4-rook trade. Maybe neither side. I mean, maybe it just, I don't know, e5. Okay, that's what he was thinking about.
But I think the closer we get to a king and pawn endgame, the better White's winning chances are. So I think trading all the rooks should be good for White because you essentially have an extra pawn.
Ooh.
What's up?
I just don't like the look of knight c4, b4, and b5.
Okay, so he goes knight c4, step one, and in your... how do you stop this, actually?
Yeah, no, let me just show why this is so dangerous. After b4, you have to stay on this diagonal, which means your only move is bishop a7. But now b5 comes with great effect. Mm-hmm. And if you take, goodbye. I mean, it's curtains after b6. That's how fast this happens. Sorry to cut you off there. I just...
No, it's a good line.
How dangerous this was.
So Fabio went rook e8, and after b4, he'll have to move his bishop back on to f8. So now knight b6 doesn't come with a fork. That's the big thing here. That's why the rook left a8, but still b5 looks good. If you can open up the a file, your rook on a1 develops where it sits, and Arjun does not need to be asked twice. He is taking command of this match.
Yeah, I mean, he's just ripping Fabi apart in this endgame. Rook h to d1 could come at a very inopportune moment for Black as well. Wresting control of the d file. The e5 pawn is hanging. He grabs it. And this is just going down the toilet for Fabi in this game.
Okay, so rook d5. Isn't rook takes e5 and a takes b5 dual threats?
They are indeed.
So why is the eval bar so happy with White's position?
There must be a move here of some sort. Maybe b6? No, then knight c8.
I feel like
is there a case to be made for giving up the knight?
Probably, and that's what Arjun might need to do. But this is one of those cases where having the eval bar is like, okay, a move like c4 and giving up the knight and just using the extra pawn on the queen side. But when we learn about chess, two minor pieces are better than a rook. So it's very difficult to give up rook takes e5.
And he does. But he does it in a very interesting way. He gives Fabi an out. Apparently the move was c4. That would have forced the kind of an endgame Arjun wanted. I think he might have missed rook takes d1.
He did. He forgot that the rook did not have to take the knight, and now it's even material. And that means that, not that it's a draw, not definitively, but some of the worst is behind Fabi, and he's ahead on the clock.
He is, but he's taking his time there, dropping his bishop out to d6, forcing the trade of bishops, ruining White's kingside pawn structure. Black is making major improvements to his position here.
b4?
Knight e4, f5?
Yes.
Ooh. Hello.
This could be a double-edged ending now.
He plays f5 immediately.
And what's he doing? Because FG, knight e4.
Arjun definitely playing for a win. Look at what he's doing. He's trying to force Fabi into calculating, and he's doing a good job of it. Fabi down to 30 seconds again. This is where he has struggled immensely in this match. Can he pull himself together in the time scramble phase?
Rook c4, though. BA and rook c4. This was a great decision by Fabiano. Now knight b5 is a big threat. Pawn to b5 looks good as well. And now it's Arjun who's down the clock.
And the point of rook b1 was to prevent the knight from jumping to b5. What a
Wait a second.
committal decision. Knight d5?
Great move. Knight e7 is the last game of the 3-minute time control. Knight d5 check, and you win b4.
You win b4, but white might be able to win b5 if the king sidesteps the checks adroitly. No, he takes f5. Okay, I don't know about that.
The knight c3 is won by knight d6, and black has his outside pass pawn. Knight
D6 careful now.
King f6 and king
g5? Or do you go knight d5? So many decisions to make, so little time to make them.
He makes knight d5. He wants the b4 pawn. He's worried about
he made the right decision.
Losing the game. Knight takes b4.
Now it's largely a 2-result game. Black should not be risking here at all.
So where's... He goes knight c6 and knight takes a4, knight e5 check. You get the g4 pawn or king g5.
And if you can also win h5, then you have winning chances.
Don't play knight e5 because knight e4 check. That would
so easy to blunder. He goes back to e7.
King g5. Now I think black's winning.
Got to try it.
King g4. This is...
It's a 2-on-1, and white's king is really far away.
King takes h5. No, there's a problem for Arjun.
But it's a problem for Fabi. The king gets into d6.
h5, h4.
Oh, he's going to give his knight up for the e-pawn at the right moment.
Right. You have to wait until it gets towards e7. Play h4.
Exactly
play
what he's doing. Knight d3, now, still not over.
Don't play king f3, I don't think. Play h2 first.
I think knight e5. We're going to have simultaneous promotion, but black's going to be up a knight.
Right. h1. And queen c6 check wins on the spot.
Oh, great cash by you. It's a winning pawn endgame.
Oh my goodness. Are we about to head to the bullet with a tied match?
Amazing. It's 9-9. What a win by Fabi.
These two, when it looks like one of them is about to pull away, the other strikes back, right? Fabiano down 3 points in the 5+1. He wins 4 in a row. Arjun looking shaky. He wins a couple in a row. And just when it looks like Arjun has a good endgame, remember, Danya, he was better. He had the better pawn structure. It looked like he was going to play for win. Fabi is able to take home this game, send us to bullet with a tie.
The significance of this game cannot be overstated. If Fabi ends up winning this match, this might be the game where he did it. I mean, Arjun was playing without risk. He was foaming at the mouth. Had he played that move c4 instead of rook d1, we might be singing a very different tune. Instead, we are singing this tune. The match is tied. Seatbelts are fastened. Speed belts, I guess I'm supposed to say. And we've got 30 minutes of scintillating bullet action coming very soon.
And just like Ben Simmons is done with your criticism, Fabi, he's done with everyone criticizing his mouse speed. That was really good stuff from him. He can keep it up in the bullet, but Arjun Erigaisi, Fabiano Caruana, 9-9 here at the Speeches Championship brought to you by Chess.com. We'll be back for the bullet portion in just a few.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
and return here at the Speed Chess Championship 2022. This is our bracket. We're starting in the top right-hand side of things. Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi knotted up 9 points apiece. But Danya, all around this bracket, there are absolute killers across the board. Most of these players do have a shot at knocking off even the best players like Hikaru and Magnus.
And I always say this at the start of tournaments. I think that's what really lends a tournament a magical quality. It's the fact that you could virtually make a case for every player. Obviously, there are favorites. There are two of them to be exact, Hikaru and Magnus. But people like Dmitry Andreikin, Levon Aronian, Alexander Grishuk, the quote-unquote qualifier. I mean, the players playing today, for goodness sakes, they can make a deep run and they can knock off one of the favorites. But right now, we have a tied match with 30 minutes of bullet to go. Can we ask for anything more epic than this to kick off the CGC, the SEC?
No, this is going to be an exciting finale here. Look at the ratings, by the way. Fabiano 30-45 in bullet chess. Did not expect that. And playing B3. Is Hikaru playing this match now?
But already a mistake for, I think, knight F3 you're not supposed to play. Kind of a souped-up reverse Alekhine type of structure going here.
I think that Fabi's going to do what Fabi wants to do. He says, I don't care what you say, Danya. I'm going to handle this D3, break it
goes without saying.
Hey, this doesn't look so bad for
I don't care what you
White.
say, Robert, either. So
I don't care what I say.
That?
I agree with you, but I think the E4 pawn is a target. This control of the center is nice for White, and Black does need to play Bishop D7, Knight C6, and then challenge the White Knight on D4.
Yeah, I mean, this knight is incredibly strong. The bishop on B2 lies in wait, waiting for an opportunity once the knights move away. And A3, very careful move by Fabi, restricting the mobility of Black's knight. It's just sort of a normal, complicated middle game. I would definitely choose White here at this point, though.
Yes, and Rook D1. This is actually starting to remind me of the game between Dingley ran with White against Timur Rajaba from the Candidates, where things started to look normal, but then White's king is in the center, and Black just strikes on the queen side with his A5 move. And he gives up B4.
That is a nasty little move. There was really no way around that. If he had taken on A5, he would have lost the pawn on A3, and then he would have ended up having to give up his bishop on top of losing one of the queenside pawns.
Do not take on B7. Rook B8 will win the bishop on B2.
Literally saying the same thing.
Yeah. So Fabi's just playing as if he's equal material, but he is down a pawn.
Arjun is obsessed with pushing the H pawn in like every position.
He's a player of this generation, you know, just pushing the H1 Alpha Zero style.
There he goes again. But Fabi asked for it with G3. I don't know if that was a necessary move.
And he goes Knight C2, so he's retreating. I thought he was going to go Knight B5, start trading off pieces.
Okay, you should think about taking B7, but still there was Rook B8 trapping the queen. Now the knight, where is it going exactly?
Okay, whoa. Bishop C. What's happening here? Just trade everything?
And I would shove that pawn down to H3 to create the preconditions for a back rank mate. So important in bullet, Robert, to create these tactical precursors so that you benefit in the event of a time scramble, so that you just get more lucky later on.
You
and
called
he does
it.
Just that.
Right. Now all these trades, Black has an
Knight
extra
G4.
pawn. Knight G5 to F3.
Ooh, and the other knight can come in. Oh, exactly. Yeah, Knight G5, Knight F3 is curtains.
And if Knight E4, Knight H2, King G1, Knight F3 check is a fork. So,
great calculation.
Down goes everything.
Yep. And Rook A1, Knight G4, H2. I think Knight G4 was a little bit sloppy, but this should still be a pretty easy win.
Oh, good move, King F3, though.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, King comes back to G2, defends everything.
I mean, all Arjun had to do was put his own rook on the first rank, Robert, and then Fabi would have had no way to stop the pawn. Now, the scene has shifted.
Right. Bring that knight. Where's the knight going?
Where?
Though?
Knight C4, B5.
And then F3. I don't think you're in time, but that's what I'm looking at. Is F3? Wait, what?
F3 and then still B5?
But take
B5.
on G4.
But then, I thought Rook D2 there. Oh,
wait
he's
a
giving
second.
up the pawn?
White's not even worse anymore.
Arjun panicking here. He's still better, though. Look at White's king. Knight H5. Hunting.
And Rook D7's coming. And where's that Black king going?
Yeah, who's hunting whom? King F. There's mate threats galore.
Okay, take on G5, take on E5, so you can't win a piece.
Oh, Knight F3. No, the knight takes F3 and Rook E2.
And he went the wrong way. He should have went King F2, I think. He's going queen side over here. I can't even say the words.
1 second. Fabi's escaped.
King C1. Will we see a draw?
Or will we see a checkmate? It's a draw. No, Fabi going for it. No, he's not. What a game!
We're still tied here in the SEC. The first matchup of this year's event. It is 9F, 9F. We get back to the English, a reverse Sicilian, in fact. And for Fabiano Caruana, he actually had the lead on the clock down the stretch. That will be important for him. But look at Arjun go down it. He's had more time than he started with.
Yeah, but those were two big misses by Arjun. The last game of the 3-minute portion, and that last game, he was totally winning. He was one move away from just ending the game outright. All credit to Fabi, though. He is resilient he is just pulling off Magnus Ikaru level comebacks here. Can he capitalize and win a game here? He's got a great position. Both players have over a minute.
I think these are the types of positions that Fabi thrives in. He is compact structure. All of his minor pieces are near each other. He's pushing pawns, controlling the breaks. White is very passive. And here comes the knight to g5, pawn to f4, pawn to f3. I think that Arjun is in huge trouble right now.
No, he totally is. He's flopping about on the first couple of ranks. He's got this pawn on b6, which is normally a big asset in these positions, but there's just no way you're getting to the b7 pawn. I love this decision by Arjun to play d4. He has to change the nature of the position, push that pawn down to d5, open up the center, and take the focus off of the king side.
Look at Fabi's clock. One full minute there. He's been pre-moving. He's been making good, quick choices. And now he can, look at that, bishop d5, rook c8, taking the open file. d5 will be loose. The bishop on g2 is entombed back there. I don't
know, though. I'm worried about a potential sacrifice on f5. Maybe you go queen b4, chip away at the king side. I think this is more double-edged than it looks.
I'm with you, though. That is a good point. If you can sack on f5, that's trouble.
Or sack on g4. Even here, that could be a good practical option. Again, the key is to change the nature of the game. Force black to defend for a change. Queen b4.
So trade and put bishop h6. This is a huge moment for Fabi.
Oh, and then queen c7, bishop takes c3. The queen is defended.
That's really important. The queen is defended there on d7. Otherwise, queen c7 would almost win the game for white.
And the bishop is totally imprisoned. The only way out is to push the e3 pawn, but Robert, that creates a massive weakness on f3.
This is looking really bad. So Arjun needs to find a way. Queen c7, queen takes d5.
Yeah, I didn't have a follow-up in mind. I actually missed queen takes d5, and I think so did Arjun.
I was trusting you. You know, I'm like, I don't see it, but I'm trusting Danya over here. Okay. So knight c4. Can I just go after the b6 pawn?
It's weird how black's pieces are kind of stuck in no man's land. There's a lot of squares that Fabi has to keep tabs on, and he might have no good way to make progress here. Strange as it sounds.
Well, queen e8, queen f7, right?
Queen d8.
d5.
And maybe it's time to play e3.
Yes, very good call.
And but look bishop at bishop f1 and bishop e5.
Oh my gosh, you could lose this
and it's suddenly a 3-result game.
But is that knight coming to f3 or is it going back to f7?
I think it might need to go back to f7 and then still bishop e8 comes in. I think Fabi is losing control of this game.
Oh, knight f3 check.
Oh, and then there's queen a1.
Yeah, you have to be careful. King g2 is a really good move. Really good move there by Arjun.
I mean, Fabi can still play knight f3, but then there's no mate threat.
Oh, there's no check. White doesn't even have a single check.
And I'm worried. Oh, takes him bishop c6. Takes him bishop c6. He missed it.
That is sick.
Instead, he takes d5, but now queen a1, queen g8.
Okay, barely clinging on to that. Queen g8, queen f7.
Ooh. Oh, queen. Here goes the king. Queen c7.
King.
Fabi.
Bishop f7 check.
Bishop f7. He wins the queen.
Oh,
no. Oh.
Fabi falters there, and Arjun takes the lead 10-9. But what we're seeing, though, Danya, is this is a match where both players clearly have chances. It's not that one player better than the other in bullet.
But that was a dagger, an absolute dagger. But again, Robert, it all comes down to the time scrambles. That's where Arjun has been getting him in all of these time controls.
It's true. When the clock ticks low, it's not Fabiano's game anymore. And here, c5, Arjun striking in the center. And I honestly thought that Arjun was white for a second, just based on
me too. Yeah, he's had this type of structure with the white pieces. Now, often white tries to prepare e3, e4. Now the bishops get traded. White has this monster square on d4 for the queen.
So trade me, says...
Yep.
Well, now the position is closed. So rook f to b1.
Who will strike on the queen side first? Will it be white with b3 or black with b5?
I think Fabi's going for g4. There he goes, rook g1. Now
but
G4
black
for
can
sure.
defend. Yeah, G4 just like the queen.
White is much better though, right? Because you play rook G. Oh.
I don't know. I think if black can squeeze through b4, the landscape changes completely.
So he trades here. He'll trade on f5. You have to take with the e pawn. He goes h3, so he plays a quiet move there.
Well, he's trying to make sure that the rook on g1 can be delegated to the queen side in the future.
I thought he was going to play gf, kind of forcing ef, and then play h4, h5.
H4, and he does
Right.
just that. Great call.
So that's why I was confused by h3, but maybe there was a pass, essentially.
So how is black going to defend this g6 pawn? It's unthinkable to give up the g file. That is just immediate harakiri. Maybe king e7, king f7. You can't play bishop e8 because there's the a file tension as well. Oh, he goes all in. He goes all in.
And Fabi quickly takes it. Take on a8.
Good time to slow down if you're Fabi.
But you distract the rook away. Bishop takes, rook a1. You can't take on b4.
Oh,
okay. H5 also is good.
I apologize.
No, you're right, though. Look, he played the move that you suggested, rook g6, and
it's over.
F5 falls.
Or is it?
Rook g7 and e6?
Somehow it's actually hard for white to push the pawns. Isn't that weird? It's like the bishop is stuck in molasses.
It looks as completely winning, but Fabi has 30 seconds calculated right now, so he's doing the right thing. Rook g7 check.
Bishop h7, paving the way for the f-pawn.
I like that a lot. It's what Aman said all of the CGC. Like, he was, when you have a bishop, move the pawns to the opposite color.
Yep.
F5, F6.
Yeah, goodbye. And you can give up the bishop for the c-pawn. I mean, look at black's bishop.
What bishop?
Yeah, exactly. Good one. F7, goodbye.
Rook g6 to
blew him
f6.
to smithereens that game.
These two cannot distance themselves from each other. They want tie breaks.
Get a room already. I mean, this is crazy.
Well, everybody should stay right here because this match is knotted up 10.5 apiece. Neither side can break free from the other. And we see what looks like a French defense from Fabi over here. Very quiet opening, but he does have the bishop pair. And once again, Arjun plays h4.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's an addiction. And Fabi says, hey, give me a piece of that too. He plays a5. And c4. No, yeah, this is dubious for black. Very passive construction there for Fabi.
It's passive, that's true. But at some point, c5 will be available for black.
And he plays it immediately. I was worried about d5 while the king is still in the center.
I also agree that d5 looks scary, but maybe d5 he'll just castle kingside and say, let's open this position up for my bishops.
Oh, he goes e5, establishing a stronghold on d6. Obviously, that is defended by the black dark squared bishop. I also think he's dreaming of putting a queen on e4 one day, but the bishop has something small to say about that. Here he goes again. That rook lift again.
The amount of rook lifts we've seen, it makes sense, but where's it going? Like, here comes c4 for black.
Well, at least there's no knight on g3 this time.
Yeah, that's true. Then I would go to h5 and that'd be a problem.
You know what's a problem is the possibility of knight g5. Although black's just gonna leave that knight on g5. He's gonna say, big deal. Suit yourself.
F5. Wow, what a move. That was a big choice here. So knight f6. Is there knight g4?
Knight
Because if
g4?
there's knight queen e6.
Oh, eagle tactical eye by you. 20 seconds for Fabi as he puts that bishop on d5, but in come the knight. The knights are so good at exploiting those squares. Knight takes h6. It's over.
Oh my gosh, rook g3 to follow with knight g6. Completely overlooked by Fabi.
How quickly did that happen? I mean, he had no pieces in the attack, and now every piece is in the attack. Goodbye.
Completely overlooked by Fabi. And a great win for Arjun there.
That honestly is such a confidence booster. That was a wire-to-wire victory.
Yes, and right after Fabi kind of had a wire-to-wire victory. So these two are trading off games right now. And what is this? French.
A lot of pawn moves, none of which I fully understand. But the players certainly do because they're blitzing out all of their moves as usual.
Isn't the e4 pawn just an issue to deal with?
Can we just all calm down for a second here and just let me...
Castle's queenside?
What? Queen?
What is happening?
This is completely beyond me, and I think there's just bad play by Arjun. And he grabs the pawn, but look at his king. Look at his king.
I'm so confused by everything that's happened in this game.
A4. I don't know about that move either. He took it.
Isn't rook c1 and bishop c6 about to happen? What is happening in this game?
I think everybody's clueless right now. He doesn't take the pawn immediately.
He's going to go bishop c6. He's just going to checkmate that black king.
He says, get out of b7. That's like when my mom needed me to get out of school. She'd throw the blanket off. Get up. It's party time.
Queen f4. Okay, we are going to see a queen trade, it looks like.
Are we? Oh, queen c2, rook d2. Uh-oh. No, but then maybe queen b3. Oh, and queen b4.
What a ridiculous position.
How is Arjun doing this? How is he not checkmated?
He has somehow found tactics that work out, because if rook d2, queen c3 is queen d4 check, right? So you can... Oh, queen f2 is also probably leading to an attack. So yikes.
And worst comes to worst, there's queen f4 to b4. All of which I think Fabi missed.
Yes,
queen f3
now
though.
It's just an extra pawn for Arjun.
I feel like you have to keep the queens on the board. You're going to lose if you trade queens here with 24 seconds.
But isn't there bishop c5 check now?
And then what? Rook f2?
You know what I would do is I'd take on b7 there. Give up my queen.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That is the practical call.
There he goes. And that's the sign of an improving bullet player. Somebody who just goes with it, understanding...
Rook a6! He blundered the pawn!
Is it a mate?
Oh, Arjun is just... He's been so sloppy this game.
It's done.
Unreal. I mean, he has to play queen d4. Not totally over yet, though.
You can't take on a7? It's not winning?
I don't like rook takes a7 at all. It's a bad bullet decision. Two pieces for a rook is always hard to handle in a bullet game.
He could have moved his h-pawn first.
Yeah, there was no rush. The bishop wasn't going anywhere. Still better for white, but I think Arjun's going to pull out a draw here. I think he's going to pull out a draw.
Very good chances. Rook b5?
b5. Yep.
But look at Fabi. He's going after these kingside pawns. h5, perhaps?
But is he sending them where they want to go anyway?
Yeah, if he goes h5...
h5, g5, g4, g3.
But he finds g5. And king h2. Interesting try.
It's a 3-result game now. It's a 3-result game.
But f3, knight takes g4 is huge.
Oh, and rook g2, king h3.
Yeah, you have the outside path. Whoa!
Whoa.
Oh, it's winning, though. There goes the h-pawn.
Pawn is too fast. It's too fast. Black's going to stop the pawn with his rook.
But here comes the king.
But the king is cut off. Look at that.
King g5 and then h7.
Rook g8? No,
h7.
king f6.
h7 here. The presence of the g2 pawn is so important.
Arjun trying everything he can.
And Fabi let him go.
He let him get his pawn to e4. And how is he going to draw this, though? Move! Move!
Oh, he's 1.4 seconds. Queen me.
Oh, no, he's allowed promotion. Rook b8.
He had no time.
It was still a draw after rook b8.
Because he goes rook b8, rook b7, right after bishop g8.
And the thing is, Robert, if Fabi promoted there, black takes and get his king to g3 and then uses the e-pawn to distract the white bishop, unmooring it from the pawn. It's a classic mechanism, but he had about a millisecond to figure it out.
And this match is just an epic. 11.5. We still have 12 plus minutes remaining in the bullet here. Look at this. Fabi saying, I'll play the French myself. You've been doing well with it, Arjun. Let's go.
Whoa, okay, just play king b1? Are you serious? And the point is that after hg knight g5, there's no fork on f4. There's no fork on f4.
Great response, though, by Fabi. Going knight b4. Let's get that bishop off the board. But king b1, that is a stellar tactical move by Arjun.
Speed belts. Speed belts, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure they're tightly fastened across your lap. We've got 12 minutes on the nose.
Oh, bishop a6. Watch out for that.
Yep, that's coming.
So goes
knight takes d5?
Knight
no, bishop a6.
Mm-hmm. Or queen f5 check would have been sufficient.
Forget I said anything.
Okay, I will try my best. Everything defended in black's position just looks good for black.
Yeah, 2 bishops. Solid game.
Mm-hmm. Knight coming to f6 now, potentially.
Maybe b5, b4. That's a pretty committal sequence, but he plays it.
Knight b6 as well?
Yep. Oh, Fabi is totally in control here thus far in this game.
Yeah, he's playing a great game.
Knight c1. Arjun kind of floundering around. The e6 pawn is a weakness. You got to keep tabs on it.
Whoa.
He says,
oh, because knight e4. Trade in knight e4. And the rook gets trapped in e6 as well.
What positional acumen with no time? I mean, how do you find this in a bullet game? Just the sense of where the pieces belong is amazing.
He's just better at bullet than anybody gives him credit for.
Oh, totally.
Even himself. I think he would be harsher about his own bullet than anybody.
I thought he could have taken on d2 and traveled to c2 with his queen, but instead he tries to keep the knight on the board, maneuver it to d3.
Rook c2, there's knight d4. Okay, can't get away with that.
He wants to provoke more weaknesses on the queen side.
Why not?
Okay,
oh my gosh,
ba or
this looks
b3.
So scary. This looks so scary for the white king.
Maybe rook b3 should be tried, shaking the black pieces off of their incredible posts.
Goes queen c7. Watch out for queen c3 check. Queen c3.
Oh, he put bishop
b2.
bishop
b2.
He's holding on. Bishop c4. Patient move by Fabi.
Yeah, here comes queen a5 and rook a8.
Rook a8 is devastating.
Oh, and queen e5 also hanging.
And rook a8's going to follow next.
Oh, he plays queen d6.
Any second now. Literally.
He's up. Look how much time he has.
No, it's crazy. It's over. Pawn and a2 cannot be defended. Queen a3.
It is impossible to defend this with 5 seconds on your clock. Even if there were a defense, you're not saving this game if you're Arjun.
Although we've seen Arjun pull out some crazy comebacks. He's somehow still kicking, Robert. How is he doing this?
I don't
14
know.
seconds. Knight c1. Still in the game.
Unbelievable defense by Arjun right now.
Regardless of how
knight
the game
d3.
ends. Knight d3.
Oh, here comes the knight. Pawn d4,
no.
maybe?
Back to b4. Look at how the bishop is back and forth it goes, covering all the squares.
Knight. I thought he was going to knight f4. He wants knight d4. Wow,
Arjun
a3. What a move.
He's doing better than he was like 5 moves ago by a lot. But here comes the rook to e2. It goes. Oh, this is amazing.
Bishop a6. Oh, a4 is such
a
such a dangerous
king h7.
move.
It's truce time. Queen e3 coming in.
Rook takes g2.
Just take some pawns, Fabi.
He does. And queen c6. Oh, queen trade.
He forced the queen trade.
Oh my gosh.
No, bishop f3. Bishop f3. Blunders.
He wasn't even losing, and then he blundered it on the spot.
At the last possible hurdle.
And bishop
Robert.
e2.
Wait up.
Nope, he got it.
Yeah. Should be a win. And he resigns. And Fabi is up by 1.
What a turn of events there. This is absolutely crazy. And I just want to remind everybody, because they keep taking a 1-game lead and going back to even. If this ends in a tie, we'll have 4 games of 1+1 bullet. And if that's still tied, we get to Armageddon with bidding. So this is crazy stuff. Fabi up 12.5, 11.5. And now we're getting a Benoni of all openings.
And so important for Arjun not to panic. I mean, he can hypothetically even afford to lose another game. He shouldn't blow this up in his mind to be a must-win game. He just needs to play solid. He needs to play the position. And he's not doing that. His position is terrible. I think Fabi could strike with e5 here, just smash through in the center at some point.
He's just putting his bishop on f5, saying, can't touch this. And
but
the
this
knight
is so ugly.
Knight d1, e3, and then over to c4, g4. This is just positionally lost.
Can't touch this, and the knight is just going to hammer it home when it gets to c4.
Oh, but he blunders knight takes d5.
I'm so proud of my reference. He does. Still bad for black, though. That tells you a lot about how bad the position was.
It was a good reference, though, by the way. Just let you know.
Thank you. Okay, as long as you acknowledged it, I'm good. No, but that was not something Fabi should have blundered.
No, not at all. And now black is right back in this game. And watch out for like knight h5 at some moment. The f6 square is vulnerable. Knight f5 as well. So all of these light squares are whites for the taking. So queen f6 is met by knight h5.
Oh, and he walks into it. I think it was deliberate. I think he had queen to f5 there, challenging white's queen, getting out of the fork. Now knight takes d6 is a huge threat. Well, maybe not a huge threat, but a threat nonetheless.
Same page. Knight takes c5, also a threat. So he plays g4.
Okay.
What? He has to go g3.
Be very careful about some queen takes g4, knight f6 tricks if the knight moves out of e5. Not anymore.
Yeah, and if rook takes g, knight takes g3, all of these squares are still whites for the taking. Oh. So we see a trade, but the h file being open is bad news for white.
God, Fabi's position has gotten so much worse. He blundered that pawn, and now he's allowed the knight to establish itself on e5. Arjun could follow up with f5 if he wants to control more squares. The rook comes to h8.
So, but king f1 will always be available. The knight is really well placed on g3.
And Fabi has to try to squeeze his knight in through f5. Maybe even an exchange sack on e5 at some point can be considered.
He plays knight d3. Oh, they both miss it.
Oh, that was just a fork?
Yeah, there was...
Well, Knight d3, knight f5 check, maybe they saw, but then just king f6 even is winning.
Now Fabi still has chances. With the king on f8 being iffy, the king on g1 is actually surprisingly safe, thanks to the knight on g3.
Yeah.
Watch out for rook takes e5, as you mentioned.
In the worst case scenario, the knight can block the check on f1. Rook takes c5.
Wait,
and queen f6.
Oh, queen d8.
Oh
my gosh, queen h6, queen d8.
Oh, and there's a fork on f5 if you go
Yes.
queen h6, and if you go queen g6, you drop the rook on h8.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I mean, what a blunder.
My
And
lands.
Arjun needs to think about resigning. I mean, I know it's hard to do that because you're even up a pawn here. Queen d8, knight f5. Maybe there's still life left.
Found a way to reshuffle. He's going to lose in exchange, but that knight on e5 means the game isn't over.
Wow. and
Oh,
he's
it's
not
far
even-
from over.
Not even worse, apparently. Whoa!
Oh, he didn't take the knight.
Queen g8 check?
Queen
and then rook
f3.
h1.
Queen f3.
Wasn't there queen g8 and rook h1?
There. Oh, and queen h8.
Yeah, that was winning.
Oh, but that was an incredible tactic. Knight f3, and now black is winning, I think. Or is he?
Oh my gosh.
This
Queen
get out of here. Get out of here.
Queen f7, king h6.
Queen f1. No. Oh, sorry. It was check. Sorry.
Wait, but the king, queen e7,
Queen
take on
e7.
e1.
You blundered the knight.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
still winning.
Is it? There's so many checks, right?
No, but it's got to be winning.
I'm so confused by this game. King f3 is
King
good.
F. Now, black has to be very careful not to get mated, not to blunder a queen, but he just takes on f2. And the match is going to be tied again. G3.
Queen G1.
Queen h5.
Queen G1 was checkmate in 1, but okay, this is... When you see mate in 1, look for mate in 2. That's what we just learned. But it is a tied match. Yeah, I thought that it was resignable. And then all of a sudden...
It was.
Arjun wins. That's the nature of bullet for you.
That's the nature of this match, ladies and gentlemen. It is tied with 4 minutes left. The tension continues to escalate. How nervous must the players be? What must their hearts be beating at right now?
I'm nervous. I mean, this has been just such an up and down match. It has been absurd. And right out, Fabian's position is extremely solid. He has more time than he started with. He should be feeling pretty decent about this game.
Risk management is very important here. I think Fabio should try to play solid, and he is. And he's gotten exactly what he wants to get in a bullet game. Bishop pair, no weaknesses. This does look very drawish. I think it would end in a draw in a blitz game, but I think draw is out of their vocabulary in the bullet segment.
We've had only one draw, if I'm not mistaken, in the bullet. So they keep trading off victories. F5, good move from Fabiano. There could be G5 in the near future. But
H4?
H4, Queen G7.
G7?
There could be an exchange sack on E7, though.
That's exactly right. H4, Queen G7. Actually, white needs to be very careful to avoid just like flat out losing a piece here.
Right. So I'm already looking at the exchange sack on E7, though.
Jeez.
H4, Queen G7, Rook takes E7, and so on.
Okay, Knight B3. What a calm move by Arjun, paving the way for the bishop to drop back, but not a move you play with a, with a smile on your face.
No, and Fabi, because he was moving so quickly, he has the time to use right now, spending almost 20 seconds, as did Arjun, on that move, Rook E8, just defending the bishop, offering some trade soon with Bishop F6.
Okay, bishop drops back to D7, covering the E6 square. H4 is still on the horizon.
Instead, he drops
as
it
is
back.
F4.
No, I'm starting to like this for black. You just have a bishop pair with no compensation for white. Just a slightly better position, no risk. Trade queens.
But we know how strong knights are in bullet games. That sounds like a very primitive point, but where there is a knight in the center, there are forks and there are tactics. And Fabi doing a great job of restricting the knight's mobility, covering the B5 square.
And just protecting the F5 pawn.
Ooh, bishop C3. Wait a second. Knight F3, maybe?
What you don't want is this dark square bishop trade. That's why Fabi goes back to F8.
Uh-oh. Now, the good news for Fabi is that the check on H8 is innocuous for the time being.
It's just one check. I'd play King F7 at some point.
Queen D5, Queen
that.
D7.
He goes back.
I thought Queen D5 was a good practical chance.
But this is starting to look good. The bishop on C6 has great scope. F4.
Uh-oh. The knight getting pushed around.
Queen E4, this is
even.
F3. That's huge for white.
Striking at every side of the board. Fabi going for the queen trade. Love that decision. Risk management.
Very smart. Very, very smart move.
Risk management, but this obviously gives Arjun decent chances to draw. In fact, I think he should hold if he doesn't blunder.
If he does nothing, essentially. Just go bishop move back and forth.
Another good move by Fabi, fixing his pawn.
Oh, bishop G7!
He blundered!
I just said don't do anything.
I know he forgot his bishop was defended. Now he's losing his pawns.
Oh my gosh.
With 1 minute to play, if he loses this game, he will have to win on demand. The next game's going to be the last.
And that's why he resigned. Because there's still 50 seconds. This will be the final game. And if Fabiano looked at the match clock, he might play something a little bit simplistic. No tactics. He is doing just that.
That's exactly what he's doing. All Fabi needs is a draw. A draw wins the match for Fabi. This is going to be the last game of the match. Here we go.
Here we go. B4, he's pushing his pawns forward. That's the thing, right? You can't just do nothing. You do have to play some normal decisions. But already, I feel like for Arjun, he has all his pieces on the king side. He'll move his knight and play F5. He'll just start advancing on that flank.
But Robert, E4, that gave up so many squares on the queen side. I didn't think he should have rushed with that move. I get what he's doing, though.
I think he's in trouble. Look at the A file opening up, and the rook will land on A7. The C6 square is white's for the taking, and I just don't see an attack.
Oh, and rook A7, driving the rook in, and knight C6.
He takes on E4.
He's
the rook is distracted away.
No, and look at Fabi's clock. Look at Fabi's clock.
He's feeling it. He understands.
He's absolutely feeling it.
He understands, the match strategy at this point, right? He's just playing quiet, good chess, and Arjun has to take the risk, and now Arjun is down a pawn. He has no attack whatsoever. Knight C6 at any moment forces more pieces off.
No, this is not one of those lost positions. I mean, Black has 0 piece activity. His only chance, I think, maybe go G5, G4. You're praying for a blunder at this point from Fabi.
Yeah, G5, G4. Doesn't look like it gets you anywhere, realistically speaking. And so just
I like that move, though. Open up the center.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was that mouse slip?
Probably.
Was that a mouse slip? Because I guess Queen D5, there was Rook takes C7, so maybe it actually wasn't a mouse slip.
Dude, Fabi is playing with the quality of a classical game. He's literally playing the best moves.
Yeah, it is a great showing from him. The only good news for Arjun right now is the position is locked up, which means that, H4 is also just dropping, so there is no good news.
3 pawns down is Arjun Erigaisi. He still can't play G5 because there was a fork on F5. And look at how the rooks are defending each other nicely.
But look at these,
back to F1.
Those knights in the dark squares for Arjun. The C7 pawn's hanging. And maybe, it wasn't hanging. The rook on A1 was loose.
Okay, check on B2. Another devastating weakness provoked. If the knight lands on E6, you can resign immediately.
Okay, but D5 is now threatened.
God, kudos to Arjun for keeping pieces on the board somehow. There goes the pawn.
It's 2 extra pawns for white, but somehow it doesn't quite feel like that.
Rook takes C7. Rook takes C7. It's game over. That's the match.
Game ending. There it is. Fabiano Caruana finds it. He knows it's over, and he is going to move on to the round of 8. The quarterfinals will await him.
There it is.
Woo! Oh my gosh. Arjun Erigaisi, he put up a great fight in this match, but Fabiano Caruana, with his back against the wall, he takes it home in bullet, Danya.
That was amazing. I am so impressed at his composure, his speed, his quality of play. That was an absolutely epic opening match. Arjun, he's got to keep his head up high, but he allowed that 4-point streak early in the match. That set the tone. It was all Fabi in the bullet. What a match.
Seriously, that was epic stuff. First, it was Arjun in the 5+1. Then it was Fabi in 3+1. And then it was a toss-up. But when all is said and done, Fabiano Caruana, he wins this match by 2 points. He moves on to face the winner of Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. So in all likelihood, that will be Carlsen, and we'll see a rematch of the 2018 World Chess Championship, which is decided in Rapid. So, Danya, that is exciting stuff for the Fabiano Caruana fans around the world.
Listen, we just got courtside seats to yet another amazing SEC match. There's just magic in the air anytime it's SEC season, and Fabiano Caruana again and again proving that he needs to be considered among the best bullet players in the world. Stop with the narrative that Fabiano isn't good at bullet, he isn't good at blitz, because he's disproven it again and again over the last couple of years, and this is just another case in point.
Look up his FIDE blitz rating. It's something like 2850. He's been an absolute monster, and he is not slowing down, at least not for Arjun Erigaisi. But we got to tip our hats off to Arjun, who played a great match, who won the Junior Speed Chess Championship. And if he didn't get flustered there, when he was up by 3 points, he started losing the thread, and you saw it slipping from him. He was emotional in a way we've never seen before, but he put up a really good fight. It was an epic match. Everybody was treated to it. And Well, speaking of treats, we're going to bring Fabiano Caruana in for an interview. So we're going to get that set up. So stay tuned to hear the thoughts of the winner of this match, Fabiano Caruana, in just a few minutes.
You know, historically in Third Ward, you would have more formal places for folks to get together, corner stores, cafes, but you know, through the history of the neighborhood, you had a lot of disinvestment over the years. I mean, starting from the 1930s, you had redlining, and so the area where the Chess Park Inn was a formerly redlined part of Houston, and when they came and built highways in the 1950s, they tore through sections of Third Ward, separating it from the rest of the city, and that just left huge swaths of the neighborhood empty and vacant.
We are going to transform this park into an area where people can come, enjoy themselves, feel safe, and play chess and checkers.
We're just kind of doing things piece by piece, incrementally, so kind of a tactical urbanism approach. We're not waiting on the city to do any grand project. We're just doing what we can do step by step as private citizens and working together.
And we're joined here by Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, the winner of that opening match against Arjun Erigaisi. And my most important first question for you, Fabi, is, are you watching the World Cup?
No, not at all. Christian asked me this too. I don't really follow football or soccer, however you want to call it. I just don't. I don't enjoy it, and so I follow the results a bit, but I don't really like watching it.
Fabi, the match was amazing. It was such a treat to watch. Let's go back to the end of the 5-minute portion when you mounted that furious 4-point comeback. How did you coach yourself in the moment that you were down 3 points? Because you just seemed like a new man toward the end of the 5-minute portion and the start of the 3-minute portion. What exactly did you tell yourself? How did you change your mentality?
I was just glad to be done with the 5-minute. I felt like I was getting outplayed, and even when I wasn't getting outplayed, I was getting flagged, or flagging myself more specifically. So I thought that like in 5-minute, I just was like so slow and playing worse than him. I think he was also playing very well, so it's not like it was all because I was playing poorly, but he was putting pressure on me, and then I remembered that in a lot of matches from the other side, I was up in the 5-minute, like against Duda, and then it usually came down to bullet, which would be very close to tied. So I figured that if I kept it relatively level, that the bullet would probably decide it. And I just wanted not to get tilted. Like I was getting a bit tilted in the 5-minute at some point because I spoiled some good positions. I got flagged in like a dead drone position, which was, I had like 6 seconds and then I just let it my time run out. So everything was going wrong. And I just was very happy that it got a bit faster. I could play more intuitively. I didn't have to like stress over my decisions.
Yeah, it's interesting because you were just talking about how time trouble was kind of your biggest enemy in the longest time control portion. So how does that work? Like, how do you sort of convince yourself that your struggles in the first segment, they can be pushed aside in quicker time controls, which seemed at least the time scrambles to be your problem early on?
Yeah, it completely shifted. I didn't expect it to shift so much, that the time scrambles worked more in my favor in the 3 and 1 minute portions, while in the 5-minute, it was the other way around. I don't know. I think it was because I also tried to keep a lead on the clock in the 3 and 1 minute, which I usually managed, a very slight lead, but anyway, that time buffer does play a role. While in the 5-minute, I was routinely down 1 or 2 minutes, which is it's you're really putting yourself on the back foot. And I also had this disastrous second game. I mean, I played a line which I knew was good for black, but couldn't remember, and then I just lost on the spot. I think the move after c3 is 92, but I just also it's very stupid because if you don't remember, but it's a 5-minute game, so you have time, you might as well calculate, which is not what I did at all. I just blundered 94, maybe white's winning another way. So yeah, the 5-minute didn't go my way in any stage, and I also felt like I was just a weaker player. Like in the first few games, I just felt like Arjun is just outplaying me, and before the match, I thought it might be 50-50, but then I started to reconsider once he started outplaying me in every game. But yeah, luckily things turned around.
Fabi, one last question for me. How carefully are you going to be following the matchup of your potential opponent in the next round, Magnus Carlsen, against Gukesh? And do you think Gukesh has any realistic chances at all to pull off an upset?
I will follow all the matches pretty closely, especially that one because it decides who I play. But I think I already said this on my podcast that I feel like Magnus is close, like a 95% plus favorite. Not to take anything away from Gukesh, who's very good, but I don't know. Magnus has lost very, very few matches against anyone, and I've never seen Gukesh play online. Like I don't know if I think he doesn't really enjoy it. That's what I heard, that he prefers to focus on classical chess, which maybe he considers more serious chess. So without that experience and with Magnus being so dominant in these formats traditionally, it would have to be an off day for Magnus, or Gukesh would just have to have the best day of his life, I feel, for it to be a win for Gukesh.
Yeah, totally fair. And last question from me. Speaking of the C-Squared podcast, you gave really some high praise to Arjun Erigaisi. Can you elaborate on that? You said that you felt was the most likely to reach 2,800. Did you sort of feel that strength in this match? And what do you see to come from him and these juniors?
Well, it's difficult. I had to pick someone. It was difficult, of course, because all these Indian juniors are so strong. And we saw, for example, Nihal recently going to the final of the Global Championship. And Pragnanta is always so strong, and Gukesh and is 2740 now. But I thought that Arjun, like the quality of his play, is sometimes incredible with very few mistakes. And also in classical chess, I remember being extremely impressed when he won the Tata Steel B group completely dominantly and with such precision in his chess that you see from very few players. So I feel like he's a very classy player. He has a lot of potential because, of course, he's young and he has his minuses as well, lack of experience and all the associated things that come with being an up and coming player. He doesn't have some of the tools that more experienced guys have, but I could see him being 2800 one day. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I would even put it at a higher than 50% chance. But it could also be that there's multiple Indian juniors who reach that level. I wouldn't be surprised as well because let's say from my generation, almost all players at some point hit 2800, or players that I consider near my generation like Anish, Wesley, Ding, Jan, Hikaru. I mean, of course, Magnus, and we don't even speak about it. But all these players who have a lot of potential, they tend to at some point reach the top of their potential. So I wouldn't be surprised at all for Arjun as well.
We have a featured chat question, Fabi, before we let you go. Are you excited to face Arjun again in Tata Steel in just a couple of weeks, I think?
Yeah, I haven't thought too much about the tournament yet because it still feels like there's a lot to do. But it is my next event after this one. Oh, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I'll probably play the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. But yeah, it feels like there's a lot to come before that. So I haven't thought about it too much. It would be the first time that I played him in Classical, which is interesting because we played some Rapid, some Blitz. Actually, I should say not Rapid, only Blitz. But the Classical we've never played, so it'll be interesting.
Well, we're super excited for that, but we're also excited first for you to play in the next round here at the Speed Chess Championship. Fabi, it's been a long and tough match, but congrats again for coming out on top, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Fabi.
See you, Fabi. That was Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, the U.S. chess champion, commentator extraordinaire, dusting off the good old blitz and bullet skills and taking down Arjun Erigaisi. So, Danya, really impressive stuff from him. He will await the winner of Magnus and Gukesh. He called Magnus a 95% favorite, but I think everybody wants to see that rematch of the 2018 World Championship.
Oh, most certainly. And I'm excited for the Magnus match. Gukesh is a wild card in like the other sense of the word. You just don't know how he's going to do. He's not very experienced in online chess. So this is not a walkover for the world champion, but obviously, let's be real. Magnus is the heavy favorite, and a Caruana Carlsen rematch in round 2 would be straight up fire, as of course are the other matches from the first round of the SCC. So let's not jump the gun here. We've got plenty of entertainment to go around on all sides of the screen.
I feel like I haven't said Wesley So's name a single time in this broadcast, so I'm just going to give a shout out to our finalist from a year ago, Wesley. So he always seems to do well in this format. He's only lost to Hikaru or Magnus. He just won the CGC. So before I forget, he takes on Nordibek Abdusattorov in their first round matchup. But we have great upcoming matchups for you, not just the one I mentioned, but you see Ding Liren against Alexander Grishuk this Sunday, November 27th. You see on the 28th, Nepo and MVL. On the 30th, Levon Aronian, Dmitry Andreikin, and Magnus Carlsen. He comes back to Speed Chess Championship and takes on Gukesh in their first round matchup on Tuesday, December 6th. So, Danya, seriously, we had so much fun today. What are your kind of final thoughts about what we saw and the display from both Fabiano and Arjun?
Well, first of all, I'm just so grateful to have a chance to cover these matches. It's been so fun. I have a classical game in 3.5 hours. I could not have asked for a better way to get warmed up than to watch two absolute monsters at play. But at the end of the day, it's all about disproving that narrative. I think chess players and chess fans are often prone to recency bias, and they're prone to vast generalizations and preconceived notions. And there are just these reputations that players develop, and a lot of them are totally unfounded. And Fabi just continues to show that again and again and again. Arjun is such an exciting young player to watch. Fabi has the highest praise for him. We saw him elaborating in the interview. But at the end of the day, Fabiano Caruana is back. He is gaining momentum. He won the U.S. Championship, and he just seems fresh. He seems motivated and excited to play. And that's when Fabiano is at his absolute best.
Never shocked when Fabi is fresh, but he has won an opening round matchup 2 years in a row, first beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in 2021, now defeating Arjun Erigaisi here in this year's opening matchup. So it was a great showing by Arjun. Fabiano gave him the utmost respect and praise, saying this is a player he believes will reach 2,800, but today was not his day. Today was Fabiano's, and he moves on to face the winner of Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. But on behalf of chess.com, Danya, it's been an absolute blast covering with you.
Likewise.
We'll see everybody soon for more from the Speed Chess Championship brought to you by chess.com. But enjoy your holidays first, and then we'll resume action with Ding Liren versus Alexander Grishuk.